your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Safe and nunca se va a acabar.
All right. Here we go. Ugh. So we're going to watch. Here we go. This is the Bible passage of the week that we're doing. It is Psalms 23, and I have decided that every week I'm going to watch a sermon on a certain Bible passage, and that Psalms 23 is this one. So, excuse me. This is the
Excited about the
picked.
series you're in, that you're in the Word, because I firmly believe that it's God's Word that provides
Let's
us
play
with
a
truth.
game of
It's God's Word
Risk.
that provides us with hope and peace. And how many of you know we need a lot of all three of those in our culture today? And it's only God's Word that we can discover those things. And I also firmly believe the number one way that God speaks to you and I is through His Word. And there's a lot of people that say, man, I don't hear God, I can't hear His voice. Well, this is how He screams. Like, this is the way that He talks to us in the greatest way, in my opinion. And so what we're going to do today is we're going to take a look at a passage that, if you're following along in the reading plans for the week, then you read it earlier this week. It's one of the most famous Old Testament passages there is. You may have read it before or heard it at a funeral or heard it on TV or in a movie or something. It's Psalm 23. So if you have your Bibles, turn to Psalm 23. If you don't have your Bibles, no worries. It'll be up on the screen. It's also in your worship guide as well. And this psalm was written by a guy named David. Now, the Psalms, there's many of them, and they were a collection of poetic literature written by a lot of different people. But the main person that wrote the majority of, the guy who wrote the majority of the Psalms is this guy named David. And David was the second king of Israel. And we're not exactly sure when he wrote this psalm. But most scholars would say it was toward the end of his life.
Ooh,
when
I do
his
not really
country,
like the
his
setup
kingdom
that
was
I have
beginning
here.
to be destroyed, when his son was rebelling against him and trying to kill to try to take his life, David's life. And so you can imagine, this guy is king of Israel.
Maybe
He's got
we'll
everything
do,
the world would say you need.
South
He's got
America.
the
We'll see what
money
White
and the
does.
power and the women. You know, he's even got a promise from
White
God
is
that his
bot.
descendants will always be on the throne. I mean, this guy's got it all. And then toward the end of his life, the kingdom starts to crash. His family is in a mess, and his own son is trying to kill him. And then he writes this psalm, and it's a psalm of confidence. That's what it's called, a psalm of confidence. And it's a confidence in God's goodness, that God is good now, and God will be good later. And so David writes these words. We're only going to do the first 4 verses of Psalm 23. This is what he writes. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters.
Okay, cool.
He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. Now, most of us, we've heard some version of this psalm before. There's a universal appeal to this psalm.
There's
because
2 bots
it
in this
speaks comfort
game.
into the most uncomfortable situations we can find ourselves. It provides us with a confidence in God's goodness, even when everything else around us seems to be in a wreck. It's a psalm designed for the parents whose kid is in rebellion. It's a psalm for the soldier who comes back from war dealing with PTSD. It's a psalm designed for the couple who month after month are praying and hoping that the pregnancy test will be different this time around. It's a psalm for the spouse who so desperately wants their marriage to be thriving and healthy. It's a psalm for the person who feels abandoned by God. It's the psalm for you and I. Because if there's anything that I know about you, it's that either you're coming out of the valley right now, like you've just experienced some type of pain and hardship and trials, and you needed comfort, or maybe you saw God's hand of comfort during that time, or maybe you're right now in the midst of a trial. You're right now in the midst of the valley, and things are hard and difficult, and there doesn't seem to be a way out right now. Maybe you've been walking in that valley for a long, long time, and if you didn't just come out of the valley and you're not in it right now, then guess what? You're about to go in it, because that's life. Like, life throws a lot of valleys at us. And so you're always going to find yourself at some point either coming out of a valley, in the midst of a valley, or about to go in the valley. And this psalm is a psalm of confidence. It's a psalm of comfort for when you find yourself in that place. So let's break it down. Verse 1, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Now, this may not seem like a very big deal to you and I, but to the Jewish people, this was huge. For David to say that he is my shepherd. You see, they would talk about God being their shepherd, but God was always our shepherd. God was never my shepherd. God was our nation's shepherd, our group of people shepherd. God was never my shepherd, but David makes it very, very personal here, that God is my shepherd.
I actually kind of like the what I'm in right here. Considering how many bots there are on this game, I think that I'm actually in a decent spot.
Very commonly used for God in the Old Testament. It's even a phrase that Jesus uses in John 10:11 when he says that I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. So this terminology of shepherd brought a lot of comfort to the Jewish people, but for you and I, we don't use this type of imagery anymore, right? Like, when was the last time you went to your dad and you were like, thank you, Dad, for shepherding me so well? You know, when was the last time you went to your campus pastor and said, thank you for letting me be one of your sheep? You know, I guess that's not what, that would be weird. You know, that we just don't say things like that. So what I want to do is I want to break down, what does it mean to be the shepherd? What does it mean when God is our shepherd, that he is the good shepherd? So I'm going to give you 4 thoughts or 4 ways that God displays in this passage that he is a good shepherd. The first is a good shepherd cares. The good shepherd cares. When you read this psalm, it becomes very clear that our shepherd, that our God, cares about us. David said, it's because of the good shepherd that we shall not want. Can you imagine being in a place in your life where you have no wants? And where you just fully trust God with everything. And whatever he gives you, you're satisfied with it. Whatever he doesn't give you, you're okay with it.
There we go.
But you have no wants in life. David says that the good shepherd makes me lie down in green pastures, meaning he knows exactly where to take us for what we need. You see, Israel wasn't known as a place of green pastures. It's very dry, very barren. Some of you have been there before, and back then it was even more so. And the only time that there were really green pastures was in the fall and the winter seasons. And so there wasn't a whole lot of green pastures, but the shepherds, they knew exactly where to take the sheep.
Is he gonna slam me?
They knew where they needed to take them in order to give them what they needed. And our God is also a God who knows what we need and how to get us there. David says that he's a good shepherd that leads me beside still waters. This was a place where the water was not flowing. There was no rapids. There was no noise. The sheep could just have peace because he knew the sheep needed that.
He breaks my alliance for no reason and then gives the devil face. I do not understand that. What?
And our God understands that we need peace. He cares about that. He restores my soul. How many of us today need our soul restored? You see, the good shepherd cares. And I don't know what you've been dealing with. I don't know what you've been going through at your workplace or in your home, or in your finances, your marriage, other relationships. I don't know. For some of you, I just believe that you've come into this place thinking, man, this is the last chance, God. Like, I don't know if you really care. I don't know if you hear me. I don't know if you see me, but this is my last shot for you to show up. Our God cares. I mean, the Bible tells us that he sees and he knows and he's counted every hair on our head. Now, for some of us, that's not a whole lot, so it's really easy for God to do that. For others of us, that's a lot. And he's showing us that, man, he cares enough to take time to count every single hair on your head. Not only that, in Matthew chapter 6, it says, God cares so much about the birds that he feeds them, he takes care of them. How much more so does God care about you? Like, if God's going to take care of the birds, God's going to take care of you because your God cares about you. And you may be getting pain right now. You may be going through trials. There may be so many unknowns around you, and you're just wondering, when am I ever going to get out of this valley? And our God is saying, I am the good shepherd who cares. He sent Jesus Christ to die for us, not just so we can be forgiven of our sins, but so that we can be redeemed, we can be set free, we can be healed, we can have hope, we can have peace. The good shepherd cares. He sees you. He knows you. He knows what you're going through right now. He knows the pain that you're experiencing, the pain that you will, or the pain that...
What?
Did you get butter at the grocery store?
No.
you have.
I
He
shut up.
cares about you. The good shepherd cares. The second thing the good shepherd does, the good shepherd provides. He provides. I love the way that God shows us here that he cares about us, but you know, to take us to the green pastures and the still waters and to restore our souls and all that. But David makes it very clear that it's God who does these things. I mean, in verse 2, it says, the good shepherd makes me lie down in green pastures. The good shepherd leads me to still waters. The good shepherd, he restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness. It's God who does these things. It's God who knows exactly what you need when you need it, and it is him who will be the one who provides it for you. And this is so anti our culture, right? Because you're taught that if you need anything, you get it. Work harder, work smarter, like achieve more, whatever you need, go after it, and it's on you. I provide for my family. I provide for me. My spouse provides for me. Mose provides that yummy lunch for me. You know, like that's kind of our mindset. Like we think about us and all the things I've got to do to achieve these different things. And God's saying, yo, I'm the provider. I'm the one that gives you everything that you need. I'm the one that gives you the job. I'm the one that gives you the money. I'm the one that gives you the healthy relationships. I'm the one that will restore the broken relationships. I am the provider that you desperately need in your life. Paul, he's one of the greatest church planners of all time. Here's what he says in Philippians chapter 4. And he says, and my God will supply every need of yours according to his riches and glory in Christ Jesus. We all have needs in this place today. For some of us, our needs are in our family. Our needs are in our workplace. Our needs are in our finances. Our needs are with our kids. Our needs are in our neighborhood. We all have needs. And God's saying, I want you to get it to a place, all of you, including you, Ernest, where you just trust me that I'm your provider. And you don't think that you have to work harder or work smarter or that you're the one that does all these things, but just give it to me. This is something us guys really struggle with. All the men in here, we're like, I don't know about this, Ernest. Because we've been taught, man, go after it, do it. You're the provider of your family. You're the hunter and gatherer.
Which, I mean, you should be.
And God's like, I'm the one who provides.
But also,
I'm the one who gives you everything that you need, not just the physical needs, but the emotional, the spiritual, and the mental needs that you have. The Good Shepherd will provide for you. So the Good Shepherd, he cares. The Good Shepherd, he provides. The third thing the Good Shepherd does is he protects. He protects. My favorite part of this psalm is verse 4, and it says, even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You see, there were many times that the shepherds, as they were leading the sheep through Israel, that in order to get to the green pastures, in order to get to the still waters, they had to go through valleys, or what they called wadis. And as they would go through these valleys, man, it would get very dark, and the shadows would become very deep. And they had no clue what was lurking in the darkness. They had no clue what dangers abounded. They didn't know when an angel...
Is he going to do what I think he's going to do? Is he just going to slam that into my 17? What?
Animal would jump out and try to attack them. They didn't know when robbers would jump out and try to attack them. This was a scary time. I mean, walking through the valley of the shadow of death, that was not easy. It was not fun walking through a valley. And God's saying that when you do walk through the valley, that even though you walk through the valley, don't fear. Because I'm with you, and my rod and my staff, they will protect you. Now, this is an example of a rod and a staff. This is a rod. A rod would usually be a little bit shorter than this, a little bit thicker, and it was used to protect the sheep. That's what a rod was used for. And so a wild animal would come to try to attack the sheep, and the shepherd would either use this to try to beat the animal, or if it was me, I'd just like wave it and scream real loud to try to like scare it off. You know, I'm not trying to attack that thing. You know, so, but that's what a rod was. It was for protection. And then the staff was for guidance. Because sheep aren't always the smartest things. And so they just kind of go out on their own way. And so a shepherd would use this and, you know, nudge them in the stomach or whatever, or hit it on a rock, and they would know, okay, don't go that way or go this way. They had great communication with this right here. And so this was meant, the staff was meant to guide, and the rod was meant to protect. And God tells us, hey, even though you walk through the valley of the shadow of death, even though there's darkness all around you, even though there's pain and there's fear, and you have no clue what's going to come out, you have no clue when you're ever getting out of that, don't worry. Don't fear. Because my rod will protect you, and my staff will guide you. I will comfort you. I've seen how true this is over the last 3.5 years. You know, I was born in Charleston, and God led us to move to Colorado. And man, we love it. We love it out there. But
that sucks. Does he kill me now? Yes, he doesn't. Whew.
It has been some of the most challenging years of my life. And there have been many, many times we've been walking through the valley, whether it's been personally or in ministry. It's just been difficult. And when we're in the midst of walking through the valley like that, I know for me, I think about this passage and I go, okay, even
And now
though
I'm card blocked too.
God, your rod and your staff, they will comfort me. And what that looks like for me is it means I dive deeper into God's word. So I'm reminded of what he says about me rather than listening to what others say about me. It means that I literally will recite out God's word. I will remind myself on a daily basis what God says, because I would rather listen to the truth than to the lies that even I tell myself or that my past has told me. You know, so I have to stand. I have to stand on God's word. Like for me, I have to remind myself constantly, Ernest, you are not defined by your success or failure. You are defined by what Christ has done on the cross for you. I have to continually remind myself that, you know, that how God has wired me, how God has equipped me, what God has called me to do with my kids, how God has called me to serve my wife continually. And it's just quoting scripture. It's just reminding myself of what God has said to me and what God has said about me, because others will lie, I will lie, and the enemy will lie. And so God's word is the rod that protects you from the lies and the deceit of the enemy. It's God's word that will guide you to make sure, hey, go back on this path. Hey, don't give up. Hey, I've called you to this. Hey, don't forget what I've said. His rod and his staff will comfort you. That is God's word. It could also be community in your life. It can be a small group or a mentor that's in your life that says, hey, I know what you're going through. I know what you're dealing with. But let me remind you of who your God is. Let me remind you of what God says. Your rod and your staff won't comfort you. It's his rod. It's his staff. So even though you walk through the valley of the shadow of death, you don't have anything to fear. Because God's rod and God's staff, they will comfort you. So God cares, God provides, God protects. And the fourth thing that a good shepherd does is a good shepherd never leaves. A good shepherd never leaves. Even though you walk through the valley of the shadow of death, even though it's hard and you're hurting and you're broken and you want to give up, you think you can't do it anymore, you don't want to do it anymore, remember your God has not left you. He is right there with you in the midst of the valley. And if I'm sitting in your seat, I'm asking the question, well, Ernest, why do we even have to go through the valleys? I mean, like, if that's a painful place and our God is such a good God and he wants good things for us, then why do we have to go through the valley? Like, wouldn't it be much better to live life on top of the mountain? I mean, that sounds like a better place to live, right? Now, when we moved to Colorado, we discovered that in the summertime, one of the number one things people love to do is climb 14ers. And a 14er is a mountain that's peak is over 14,000 feet. And so when we moved there 3.5 years ago, 2 weeks into being there, we had this brilliant idea to go climb a 14er. It wasn't brilliant at all, but we did it. I had new shoes, so I'm like, I could conquer this thing, you know? And so we set out one morning,
Why'd you say it like
early,
that?
packed a lot of food and not as much water, and we started climbing this mountain called Pikes Peak. It's kind of a popular one for those that don't live in Colorado. And so we started climbing that, and a few hours later, about half of our team made it to the top. And when I was up there, I'm like, this is amazing. Like, the view is incredible. You just, like, you feel closer to God. You have a story to tell people. But what I discovered that day is that life is not sustained on the mountaintop. No one lives on top of the mountain. Sure, maybe these little hills out in the East Coast, people live on top of them. But out there, no one lives on top of a real mountain. You can't. Life is not sustained there. Life is sustained in the valley. God does some of his greatest work in the valley. In order to get to the mountaintop, you have to go through the valley. There's no other way around it. And for us, man, we love to not go through the valley. We don't want to live in the valley. I quite literally live in a valley, so I can't get out of it. I'm always in the valley, you know. But like, we don't want to stay there. We don't want to walk there. We just, God, I want the mountaintop. That's where I want to be, because I see things different. I feel you different, and I got a story to tell people. But the real story happens in the valley. The real nourishment, the real sustainability happens in the midst of the valley. When you're going through the pain and the hardships and the trials, and you want so desperately to get out of here, and it's just darkness all around you, there seems to be no hope and no life and no peace, or your God is saying, hey, I'm there. Don't forget, I'm there. I have not left you, and I will never leave you. The Israelites, they discovered this many times. I mean, over and over. I feel like I have to do the same. Like, I'm just so stubborn. God's like, remember? I'm like, no, oh yeah, now I remember. You know, like, it's constant. And one of the times that the
he
Israelites
wins.
were reminded about God's faithfulness in the midst of the valley was toward the end of Moses' life. And at this point, they'd been set free from the Egyptian slavery, and they've been wandering in the desert for decades, just wandering. And now they've come right up to the promised land. Like they've come right up to the land that God promised to give to them. They can see it. They can see the
he chose
mountaintop.
him.
There's just a river separating. That's it. God, you've already taken us through a sea. You could take us through
Damn
a
it.
river. This ain't no problem. But God's not doing it. And they're just wandering. When is God ever going to let us get to the mountaintop? When is God ever going to get us to the green pastures and the still waters?
That's
And here's what's said in the midst of that valley in Deuteronomy 31. It says, it is the Lord who goes before you. He will be with you. He will what? Not leave you or forsake you. Do not fear or be dismayed. Even though you walk through the valley of the shadow of death, you have nothing to fear, for your God is with you. He is the good shepherd. He sent Jesus to die.
That sucked. I got the last place in that game.
For our sins. Jesus came, the good shepherd came to free us from bondage, to heal us, to redeem us, to restore us, to give us hope, to give us peace, to give us life, to show that he cares, to show that he protects, to show that he provides, and that he will never leave you. And I know some of us, we've just come out of the valley. And my encouragement to you is to reflect back on how God showed himself to you in the midst of it. And sometimes you might have to look really hard. But reflect back, because if you can remember what God has done, it'll be a little bit easier to remind yourself when you go back in the next one that he still will be there as well. Some of you right now, you're in the middle of it. And I don't know what you're dealing with or what you're going through.
All right.
I don't know the pain. I just talked to a woman right after last service who just found out this week she's got cancer, and she has no clue. No idea what that means going forward. We never know when the valley's going to strike. Like, it's very rare for us to go, oh, there's the valley, let me prepare myself for it.
I really hope that green doesn't just slam my red. Oh man, my 5. That would suck.
It just happens. And that's why you have to prepare yourself now with God's word and God's truth in your heart.
Because this right here
really pursuing him.
looks like green.
Because in the valley is where we
and
see
he
that
didn't
the good
accept
shepherd
my
cares.
request.
It's in the valley that we see that the good shepherd provides. It's in the valley that we see that the good shepherd protects. It's in the valley that God does some of his greatest work. And there's no way to get to the mountaintop without going through the valley. It's in the valley that we truly discover that your God, that your shepherd, will never leave you. Let's pray. Father, we come before you and thank you for your word. God, I'm so grateful for valleys. God, I'm not usually grateful in the midst of them. And God, they are hard to go through. But God, I know that my character has been formed through those valleys. My character has been formed in the midst of that darkness. And God, I've been able to trust in you in even greater ways because of that darkness,
yes.
because of the trials and the fears and the pains and all of the unknowns. And God, I've been able to get to a place over and over of greater trust and greater reliance and greater belief.
Do I
that
go
my God
for...
is with me. That you are my good shepherd. That Jesus, you care. That Jesus, you protect. You provide. And Jesus, you will never, ever leave us. And God, I pray that you would just speak to us now on what we're to do with this. Father, I know every single week people come into this place and at each one of the campuses, and even that are watching online right now. And now we're at a place where we're just saying, I kind of give up. Maybe we're giving you a last chance. We're desperately needing you to show up in a powerful way. Maybe we just entered into the valley. And we've been trying on our own. We've been working really hard. We've been relying on ourselves.
I'm going to
we just
try
realized,
and
man,
take
that's not
South America and Australia. And we'll see if we can do it.
enough. And so, God, for any person who right now in this place would say that right now I find myself in a valley. And I don't know when I'm going to get out. I don't know if it's going to get darker or brighter. But what I do know right now is that, Jesus, I need to turn my attention to you. And for some of us, that's kind of a recommitment. Like we've accepted Christ at some point, we've walked with him, but because of sin or because of, there's just struggles of life, the junk that we deal with, we've kind of lost focus on him, and we're just wandering, sheep without a shepherd. But today, God, we want to refocus our attention and our hearts on you. For some of us, we've never done that before. We've just been doing this whole life by ourselves. And we've realized that we will disappoint ourselves, that other people will disappoint us. But hearing today that you will never leave us, God, we want to trust that you're going to never disappoint us. And so if that's you, with every head bowed and every eyes closed, if you would say, man, today I want to focus my attention, I want to focus my heart on Jesus Christ. I want to focus my attention on the Good Shepherd. That I've been going through this valley, but I'm not going to go through it alone anymore. That I'm going to trust in my Good Shepherd now. And if that's you, I just want you to raise your hand. I just want to pray for you. Amen. Raise that. There you go. Hands everywhere. God, thank you for each one of these individuals, Father. Thank you that you care so much about them, that you know exactly what they're going through and what they're dealing with. You know the pains and the struggles and the reality of what's happening right now. And God, I thank you that you care enough about them to draw them to this place today. To draw them online or another campus, you've drawn them here to hear your word. And Father, I'm so grateful that you tell us in 1 John that if we confess our sins to you, you are faithful and just to forgive us of our sins. So Father, we confess that we've tried to do this thing on our own. We've tried it our own way. God, we confess our sins to you now, and we ask that your faithfulness and your justice would shine through, and that we would see just how good you really are. Father, for those of us who are coming out of this time, this valley, may we be able to look back on your goodness. For those of us who are about to go in it, may you plant this word deep in our hearts, in our minds, so that when we do enter that place, we can trust that you care, that you provide, you protect, and you will never leave us. Father, we thank you for that. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. There we go. Sec. Ground news. Trump ordered to pay $354 million. What the fuck?
Listen, there's a good chance somebody's trying to hack your website right now. You gotta make sure you're covered. I'm talking about enterprise-grade security built into your site and fully managed for you. Check this out. First up, prevention. The Wix platform is secure by design. Security experts are in the dev process, performing threat modeling, penetration tests, and designing code reviews. And you get a
Hello and welcome to
Alright, I think I take South America right now. Yeah, definitely if he moves that out, I take South America. Yep. So we take South America this turn. Australia next turn. Home. Working for Mr. Beast.
Grayson Nolan, 11, watches Mr. Beast videos every day at his home in West Memphis, while his favourite video is the one where the Beast crew spends 7 days at sea because they had to survive and build shelters on a raft, and he had all of his friends and they met a little seagull. Something else draws him to the channel. I like him because he's super nice and helps people. and give some money, says Nolan, who also has a YouTube channel. So this is Mr. Beast's brand image through the eyes of an 11-year-old boy who probably wants to be like Mr. Beast, that he is a good person who gives people money. If there is one thing this Z-list British YouTuber is known for, it's hating on Mr. Beast. Now, I'm literally the last principled leftist YouTuber in that I called out Mr. Beast before everyone. I called him out nearly 4 years ago.
Right, I don't get the whole, like, all these lefties hating Mr. Beast.
The
Doesn't
video
make any
about
sense
how he
to me.
exploits poverty for content. And I got loads of backlash about that video until,
Let's see what
I think like 2022, where it actually gained a lot of traction and people started agreeing with me. And then since the start of 2023, yeah, like loads of people hate this guy now. I'm like that scene from Back to the Future where Marty McFly like inspires the music of Chuck Berry, saying like your kids are gonna love it. Like that is how much of a visionary I am. So I can't wait for you guys to see my Taylor Swift video coming out at the weekend, where I might have some criticism of Taylor Swift as well. But going back,
I mean, that's good.
back to Jimmy Beast,
Probably
it's been
has
well
different
known for a while he
criticism
doesn't
of her
treat his
than I do,
workers
though.
that well. But a lot of the internet came to his defense when previous editors came out and said, you know, doesn't pay us well, doesn't treat us well, saying it's just an editor who's been scorned and is looking for clout.
Ooh,
Well,
he's
we're
coming
putting
in.
that to rest now because a new Time profile of Mr. Beast, you know, one of these big puff pieces, actually did some digging and found out that, yeah, Mr. Beast doesn't treat his work as well. And you're probably going to be pretty staggered about how seemingly very dangerous it is to work on a Mr. Beast YouTube video because they don't take safety precautions even when using trains and explosives. So in Mr. Beast's pursuit of being the most wholesome Kino Keanu guy of all time, he just, you know, treats his workers terribly and doesn't put proper safety protocols in. Is he just another
Should
greedy,
I
cancerous
let-
YouTuber who is making money off the backs of others' labour? I mean, in my opinion, that's always been the case. I think it's pretty indisputable that at least plays a part in it. And also, don't worry, if you thought there was somewhere to complain to HR, which traditionally operates as an arm of defence for the company, well, don't worry.
This will also
that's pretty
get
much-
me a good rap with Green if I do this move. I think that Green will like that. If that's what he wanted, I assume. He didn't give me a heart or anything, though. Maybe he doesn't want that. And then I'll feel like a real silly.
was run by his mother. So you're going to get a nice insight into the world of Jimmy Beast here. And yeah, my attempts to cancel Beast so far haven't worked as well as I thought, although
Because it makes no fucking sense.
well, I think I've changed the conversation for some people. Like these days, you can even show your tax folder on a live stream, and people will still defend you. So I guess no one can get cancelled these days. But yeah, all of that coming up for you today, and what we're going to do is just go through the article, and I'll give you my thoughts. Now, just to outline basically my history of Mr. Beast a bit more, I've made a lot of videos talking about him in terms of his content generally. Like, I have made a few videos talking about his workers, but not really, because that's not as public information. So basically, with my previous critiques of Beastie Boy, I just analysed how he exploited poverty for content, like going to rural African villages, using
not giving
his
me a
like
heart
food
or
banks
anything.
for like these very, very, I'd say not very tasteful videos where he talks to some of the people who need the food, and I think it comes across as very exploitative. And obviously he got a lot of pushback for stuff like, you know, helping people with eye surgery and these weird AI thumbnails, which don't resemble anything that's actually in the video.
What do you mean? Weird AI thumbnails that don't resemble anything that's actually in the video? Are you saying like that image isn't in the video? Because that's like any YouTuber.
What's the #1 secret to making a hit song? Well, I'll tell you right now, it's not fancy studio equipment, it's not special mixing and mastering techniques, and it's not having some special connections. It actually comes down to one very simple thing, and that is your chord progression. The cool thing is there's a simple yet powerful tool that's brand new that over 50,802 producers are using to instantly create pro-level chords and progressions with no music theory required, no trial and error, no guesswork, and not having to spend any extra.
And I guess the main thing for a lot of people, and especially for me, is, you know, he's obviously a horrible symptom of our capitalist system that he even exists in the first place, like making fame and clout and money off doing these weird charity stunts, which obviously can only happen because the system is fundamentally broken, but also just, you know, is this guy sincere? Now, if you're helping Elon Musk's Fash platform by posting your videos on it,
Fash platform, oh my goodness,
and then letting him, like, you know, spread it around as an undisclosed ad, then yeah, I don't really think very highly of you. And you'll probably see this in the article as well, because it comes through a bit more, that he said before, I want to inspire children to do good stuff with my videos. And I always think when watching his videos, like, what are you inspiring? Like, I grew up watching content just like Mr. Beast, because it was white celebrity goes to Africa and does charity. Like, what does that inspire? You know, I don't think Mr. Beast inspires anyone to do good. Just stupid kids who are like, oh yeah, he's good because he gives people money. Because they're kids, and that's how they understand what's good in the world, right? Hopefully when they get older, like that Nolan guy
I mean, he is.
at the start, they realise that, yeah, giving homeless people
I wouldn't say that he's great, but I mean, he's definitely
$10,000
good.
in filming it probably isn't the height of morality. So I'm going to get into this article by time now.
He could be making different content, like the one where he gets buried and all that stuff, where he doesn't give money to homeless people, and that, or like going and tasting all sorts of exotic foods and really expensive foods and stuff. Those get a lot of views too, but he decides to help homeless people.
And I recommend you guys all go read it, because it's a lot longer than this. I think there's a video documentary to go with it, and it's by Belinda Luscombe, In the Belly of Mr. Beast. I like that title. And I'm just going to read you a bit of it before we get to the worker exploitation. So most social media influencers reach a certain level and burn out, or run out of money or ideas. Jimmy Donaldson, who has been on YouTube for 12 years, has grown his channel almost exclusively on wholesome fare. Ask him how he thinks he got so successful, and he has a simple answer. He just worked harder than anyone else.
I mean, he did.
Never-ending treadmill for the content, obviously. It's brutal, you're always on, and it's a lot of pressure. And this whole system is based around 200 million people just magically showing up and watching my next video. So yeah, it's Mr. Beast working harder than everyone else. It's, you know, no one who works with him, not his camera guy, not the people who edits the videos.
He started off on his own.
Not the people who
So he did get really big from working hard. It wasn't like...
It's Mr. Beast, you know. He works harder than anyone else. And by the way, I don't think he doesn't work, like, hard, whatever that looks like for a millionaire YouTuber. I'm sure he's heavily involved in everything. He seems like, you know, a perfectionist with his content. But yeah, you're probably starting to see already that he doesn't view his success as a result of others, even though his whole channel has always been a collaborative effort. Someone like
no.
Chris Tyson has been on Mr. Beast videos for years and years and years. So,
And he gives them credit.
it wasn't Chris or any of your friends who helped you, it was just you. I'm so surprised the work environment is toxic. Donaldson is not your usual entrepreneur. For one, he's happy to talk about how much revenue he brings in. About $600 to $700 million a year. Which is...
Is that his last name, Donaldson?
absolutely insane. He claims not to be rich. Not right now. I'm not naive. Maybe one day. But right now, whatever...
Brings in about 6 million to 7 million a year. Holy shit. That's fucking crazy, bro. Bro's almost a billionaire off of that, off of those numbers.
On every video, sometimes shooting as much as 12,000 hours of footage for a 15-minute clip. Each video does a couple million in ad revenue and a couple million in brand deals. I've reinvested everything to the point of you could claim stupidity, just believing we would succeed, and it's worked out. So, do I believe that he's not a rich man? Do I believe he hasn't given himself a couple mil off that 700 million? Like, come on, man. Like, seriously? Like, if you seriously are sticking that all back into your YouTube channel, maybe you're not generationally wealthy yet, but to claim that your YouTube success is just because of you and you're not rich. Like, this guy lives in a fantasy land, and of course he does. He started doing this when he was like 17. He has no semblance of what it is to be normal. If you don't think you're rich when your YouTube channel makes $700 million in a year, you're...
That's fucking crazy. I didn't know that he made that much money in a year.
Just insanely delusional. So now let's get into the start of the coverage about worker exploitation. Being different cuts both ways. Time spoke to a dozen former MrBeast employees, and while all admired Donaldson and his vision, they found the company's attention to detail slipped when it came to adhering to safety norms or maintaining a healthy work culture. Many had signed NDAs and would not go on record for fear of angering a powerful company, which is a good sign, but several producers mentioned...
I was hoping that he was going to keep that stack out there. That would have been nice.
Hiring experts for stunts.
When you shop Amazon.com, there's a good chance you're buying from an independent seller like Adrienne. Her business, Blue Henry.
They'd always ask us, well, why, says Troy Guthrie, who believes he was let go from MrBeast because he kept agitating for safety. Guthrie worked on a Global Athletics contestant video where a few contestants were injured, and he was distressed at the construction of the sets. After the shoot, as the friends of friends were cleaning up, he says one of the huge doors contestants had to run between blew over. A MrBeast spokesperson said the company has never let anyone go for asking about safety. On-set medics promptly addressed any injuries that arose during filming, and a safety cord kept the door secured when it came off its track. But don't worry, gets better. Scott Brown, a creative producer who worked for MrBeast from March 2023 to August 23, says that in order to move fast at MrBeast, they view safety as like being overly cautious or a weakness. He helped produce the Train vs. Giant Pit video.
Obviously this guy's never worked construction or anything.
And believed the safety procedures were insufficient.
Everyone fucking hates
when he suggested
OSHA.
using OSHA protocols for the pit's considerable drop, I was told we don't need to worry about that, he says.
Bro, everyone hates OSHA. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Producers say they were asked
OSHA
to work with
sucks.
explosives, fast cars, and heavy machinery with little training and on very little notice.
Yeah, and? That sounds awesome.
Let's just say, as an 18-year-old, says Jay Neo, who moved to Greenville from the UK to help with the creative team, it felt weird to be writing on the board days without an accident that needed to be updated every day. A spokesperson for MrBeast did not respond to an inquiry about the board, but said safety is incredibly important and taken very seriously. Experienced professionals tailored to the needs of the production are on every
Is Pink
set.
getting pushed
the
out?
company is OSHA compliant. Well, this lack of safety, of course, has been a recipe for success in that MrBeast has become incredibly wealthy, famous, biggest YouTuber on the platform. But yeah, would you like to work on a set which is run by 18 to 22-year-olds?
Yeah, I have. I've worked construction on a construction site where it was like only 18 to 22-year-olds. So yeah.
Driving really fast cars, very fast, and blowing stuff up, do you think?
Yeah, I did that as a kid.
That is a good environment to work in. And do you think it says a lot about MrBeast in that they see it as a weakness if you try and be safe? And also they might
I see that as a good thing.
fire you if you bring this up. I thought good guy wholesome MrBeast was good because he gave people money. And sometimes he goes to a poor sub-Saharan African country and makes a video about it. That's good, actually. But treating workers well, I guess that's a bit, you know, beyond that. Because, as we all know, the success is down to Mr. Beast. No one helped him, doesn't make money off the backs of his employees. They're not responsible for his success. Yeah, it's just Mr. Beast running around driving fast cars and blowing stuff up. So moving on, newly hired producers are given housing, good salary, and 3 months in which to prove themselves. Of the dozen former employees Time interviewed, most had no problem with Donaldson, but described a company culture that was toxic with a lot of bullying. People are experiencing enormous amounts of stress. There's a lot of fear that you can be fired at any moment, says Brown, who left to work for a company in LA. And because clear feedback isn't given, it's hard to know whether that's going to happen. Guthrie says he was grateful for the opportunity, but Mr. Beast was one of the weirdest experiences I've ever been through. A spokesperson for Mr. Beast says the company has
he got bullied
and
out
not
of
everyone
there.
is best suited for the work. Yeah, any of you guys who've worked shitty jobs in corporate land have heard that last one. The company has high standards for performance, and not everyone is best suited for this work, which means the company is very, very toxic, and if you speak out, we'll fire you, basically. And I'm guessing most people who work for Mr. Beast aren't in a union either, but he gives you a house for 3 months, and maybe he'll kick you out if you complain about bullying. Again, like, we've all worked in terrible places where the boss was a tyrant, or co-workers were terrible, or middle managers were like the Stasi reporting us to the higher-ups or saying one bad thing about the company. So yeah, does it surprise me at all? No. Does it surprise me that the guy who absolutely simps after Elon Musk thinks his success is down to his own individual brilliance? Do I think he is someone who'd probably treat his workers well? His hero Elon treats his workers like trash. So again, mini Elon, who wants to be president one day, is also seemingly guilty based on a dozen interviews of people who spoke to Time. So yeah, good guy.
I don't think that Mr. Beast should be president.
Mr. Beast being a bad boss and the company being shitty to work for. I wish this would surprise me, but I'm sure there'll be people defending him in the comments that, you know, these people are just weak, they're just, you know, snowflakes, they can't handle the pressure of working for a big company. And you know what it actually bizarrely reminds me of? It reminds me of that video I made about people talking about working at the Daily Wire, obviously owned by Ben Shapiro. Like, it seems very, very similar. Bullying, being treated like trash, like a really toxic culture where you basically can't speak up or you're going to be fired at any moment. But don't worry, if you have a complaint, you might be able to go to Mr. Beast's mother, Susan Parisher, who retired from the military in 2007 as a lieutenant colonel after 21 years in the service. Parisher's title is Chief Compliance Officer, but many employees say she's effectively in charge of HR. One employee, Mr. Beast, says he tried to let her know people were unhappy. I'm going to tell you right now that if the company keeps treating people the way it's been treating people, Jimmy's going to have no one left to work for him. He says he told her. He recalls her being shocked and asking for time, but there was no follow-up meeting. A spokesperson did not respond to an inquiry about this interaction. Talking about working in the town where Mr. Beast is from, Brown says, you get all these people in a town where there's not much going on. If you can show that you're a real believer in the Beast way of doing things, you're rewarded. The Beast way is to go hard, say people who've worked there and not push back. You can get there faster if you do not give as much value to compassion and professionalism. And just to round up the article, it's a good article, go read it. And obviously Mr. Beast gets a lot of criticism about his, you know, his exploitation of poverty.
I don't get what the twos are.
I like to do those kinds of videos because it gives younger kids someone to look up to.
Is he not taking yet?
Oh, that's cool. And instead of drinking alcohol, it's a role model. They can be like, he does good and helps people. Jimmy Donaldson defends his charity work against charges.
Oh, he's leaving an inner stack to guard from both of those. Gotcha. Makes sense. Or is he? What is he doing? Does he put that out there? Yeah. Weird play.
By pointing out that it is funded by his main channel, which sends the charity channel $100,000 a month. All the money a sponsor pays for any
I do not get
donates,
what these twos are for.
I don't know how
Makes
this
no
question
sense.
was asked, but he fundamentally doesn't understand what exploiting poverty means. Like, if you say to someone, you're exploiting poverty for content, they're like, well, now, because I send that channel $100,000 a month from the main channel, like, that's not what it means. It means you're literally exploiting poverty to make YouTube videos. So you're going to sub-Saharan Africa, rural villages, filming yourself there, well, to make yourself look better and to help your brand. But anyway, what this person said about going to the mother and her pretending she cared and not doing anything, that's like typical HR behavior. But you really think Mr. Beast's mother is going to be telling Mr. Beast to treat the employees better? And just his story resembles a lot of things you know see normally, like narcissistic YouTuber thinks all his achievements are because of him. If you want to work for his company, buy into his cult of not complaining, not being professional, and not having compassion. That's the important one. And maybe you'll make it in Mr. Beast land, because to be in Mr. Beast land, you have to worship Mr. Beast, think everything he's doing is awesome. Don't talk about safety standards when you're handling explosives or moving trains or fast cars. No, just tell him it's all
based,
good,
bro.
work really hard, and maybe he'll set up a company town for his employees. So not only is your paycheck tied to working for him, also your housing is as well, because you have to move to where Mr. Beast lives. Now, of course, I am Mr. Beast's #1 hater. That's a reputation I have, and I'm proud to have it, because I've never liked this guy, and I don't know why anyone likes this guy anyway, in terms of just the content, purely. It's just mind-numbingly stupid, and just everything that's wrong with YouTube.
I will agree with that. I do think that, but it's most content like that I don't like.
And that is creating an ecosystem where you get even worse copycats of Mr. Beast. But beyond that, if you saw his initial videos, you know this is a guy that does not do stuff because he has good morals, out of the kindness of his heart. There is nothing to suggest in his entire history that he does stuff because he likes doing good things. He does stuff because it's a brand. And you should always be skeptical of rich people who use this stuff to sanitize their image, right? So in my original video, nearly 4 years ago, I point out this guy wins a game show for Mr. Beast, and then for some reason or another, he goes to the guy's house and starts saying, well, where you live's a shithole, so I'm glad you won the $1 million.
2001 Toyota Camry.
I bought it like that.
Oh, dang. How much did you buy it for?
$600.
So the current house we were just in, which is smaller than the one you just bought, you actually split it in half with another family.
Yes.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Technically, anybody could use $1 million, but it's clear that this is really going to change your life and help you out in a positive way. And I'm glad we could do that for you, man.
Now we're going to take you to Mark's house and just show you where he lives.
So this is where you currently live?
Yeah. This is my room. You know, this is where me, my wife sleep. You see, it ain't no room at all. Like,
you can't even open the door all the way.
Right. This is my little cousin's room.
Your little cousin sleeps on an air mattress?
Yeah, and he popped it, so it's flat.
Your cousin is sleeping on an air mattress that's like has a hole in it, so he's sleeping on the floor. Can I just say, I'm super glad you won the $1 million. I really am. The more you show us around, the more you show us around, the more you show us around, the more I'm like, thank God you won the $1 million.
And is he gonna be like, yeah, he's making fun of him for being poor or something?
Like, what purpose does this serve in this video? Like, seriously, can someone explain to me what purpose this serves beyond, oh, aren't I good for giving you money? Only through the power of Mr. Beast could you get yourself out of poverty. And again, like I said in that video, this guy won a game show which had multiple rounds. Like, he didn't get a donation from Mr. Beast, so even that framing is absolutely bizarre that, like, this guy, like, you did him a favor. He won something. He beat other people. You didn't do him a favor because he won your stupid contest. And we go from that and we go through the years doing...
I mean, yeah, but there's a lot of other people who he did just give money to.
Crypto pump and dumps, all this stupid stuff of Team C's and Team Trees. This guy cares about his image above all else. $700 million in a year. You're telling me this guy wants what's good for the rest of us? Like, are you seriously telling me a guy who runs a food bank and does charity work, but treats his employees like absolute shit, is someone who cares about humanity and cares about people? Give me a break, please. I know all your favourite YouTubers are too scared to actually call out Mr. Beast even now. But seriously, come on. If you're still defending this guy, you literally have a mind of a child. And you are the 11-year-old I quoted at the start. Like, that's how you view the world. Baby-brained. Baby-brained.
No.
He gives money, therefore good. That is literally your worldview. And it's fucking stupid. Mr. Beast is cancelled again. Will it stick this time? Highly doubt it. Anyway.
What is this? No centrism.
If you have been in the hellscape that is known as online politics.
Nope, didn't like
Grayson
that.
Nolan, 11, watches Mr. Beast videos every day at
Vosh
his home.
Bro, this Vosh shit is crazy.
It doesn't make any sense.
What'd you find?
All of these books are under $5 at thrift books. we're less than 3,000 subscribers away from passing the horse lover that is Vosh. If you end up enjoying this video, consider subscribing. Thank you. This is potentially one of the last times we'll be talking about Vosh. He himself said a few days ago that he was planning on responding to everything, and it's gonna take a minute. I give it like 2 to 3 weeks before we get a full explanation about these clips that have been allegedly cut out of context and his jokes and all the explicit DMs about horses and geckos and other animals,
geckos,
and bestiality and zoophiles. I guess we're gonna get an explanation to everything, all the little jokes. I gave this example a few videos ago, and I think it was a pretty decent one. If someone that you know, or a YouTuber, or a friend, or whatever, if someone that you watch or know constantly says, I like little kids, I'm a pedophile, you're gonna start questioning it, right? You're gonna be like, how many times have you said that already? You know what I mean? And yes, I know it depends from person to person, but if that specific person already has a pretty sus history, can you really blame everyone for thinking you're a creep and a freak? 2 days ago, he says, alright, fine, I'm making a response video. It's going to be a big one though, so I'll take some time, whether or not it's engaged with in good faith. I want my audience to at least have everything laid out clearly and truthfully. I'm 1000% sure he's going to talk about Ethan and from H3H Street and everyone else who's called him out for being a degenerate freak. I'm looking forward to it. I want to see him debunk it and prove people wrong. I've reacted to this guy's channel before. His name is Willie Mac Show. This video will be in the description below. And he made a video yesterday called Vosh is unironically evil and should quit. I'm not here to just steal his video. We're just gonna watch some parts that I haven't covered that are new to a lot of people, to be honest. Let's just get right into it because there's a lot of stuff that I want to talk about.
Vosh is the third largest left-leaning political streamer. He views himself as an intellectual mastermind.
My moral principles are rock solid. I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
He sexually harassed a girl and then said she doesn't even deserve basic human rights.
Poppy is not worth apologizing to. She is barely worth the intrinsic human rights to which all human beings are endowed, okay? She is a disgusting human being. And that doesn't mean what I did wasn't wrong. It does mean I will never apologize to her.
Or outright rewriting history so he could accuse his critics of the most horrible things.
When he was doing his, like, apologia arc and, like, laughing and saying that, like, a woman who was a retarded child.
He thinks he's so smart that he actively tries to justify for CP, just for fun.
It is possible for an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship and for it to have positive outcomes on the child as well.
Pedophiles, right, who buy child porn, would you say they should not be held responsible for doing that?
Yes.
If someone is constantly defending CP, at some point, we gotta get the police.
Yeah. It's like, bro, you're a pedophile.
Here to check his hard drive. Now, I don't know why there's so many compilations of Vosh allegedly joking, and I'm saying this in huge quotation marks, joking about defending CP or playing the devil's advocate. And I love how a lot of people are like, you're just clipping him out of context. Well, how many situations have been clipped? You know what I mean? Ooh. For whatever reason, justify whatever Vosh does. So by that logic, anyone can pretty much get away with anything. Okay, thank you for my golden ticket to excuse anything I do in the future. Who gave it to me? Vosh. I could just say, out of context, clip, trolling, joking, satire. Well, I know it depends from person to person and what he meant, but how many times can you jokingly defend owning CP?
I would not say that it is unethical for a person to purchase child.
Bro, if I was Red, I would be pissed. But I'm about to take this. Does anyone kill? Yep. Pink or red?
Virgin or virgin? It doesn't even matter. There's no reason why anyone should be justifying the purchase of
He's got to.
that kind of material. Like, in what world do you have to justify that? That is just flat out nasty. I don't know. Like, how can you defend this guy? Something that I try to do with everyone, not just in situations like these. I like to give a person one opportunity to mess up Because not everyone's perfect, okay? Everyone messes up from time to time. Name me a perfect human being, a perfect YouTuber who's never said something or done anything wrong, right? Everyone has fucked up. I fucked up. I will fuck up in the future. I'm human. We're not perfect. It happens. I always like to give the person at least one opportunity. You know, I'm not saying that if they go and, you know, molest a kid, you know, we're gonna give him a pass. I'm not saying it to that crazy degree. You know, I like to be charitable and just.
Does he
like,
just kill
yeah,
Red and then go back in his hole, or does he take this?
At least my policy is like one chance, right? But when it's one time after another, it's like, you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me for believing you or trusting you or giving you the benefit of the doubt. That's just.
I wasn't avoiding therapy, but I just didn't think it was for me. The idea of therapy I grew up with was someone laying on a couch talking about their problems while someone else sits in a chair, smokes a pipe, and pretends to listen. But that idea completely changed for me when I decided to give BetterHelp a try. I signed up for BetterHelp because personally I've struggled with anxiety and intrusive thoughts, and I've never really felt like I've had anyone to talk to about it. And now, because BetterHelp is online therapy, I get to sit comfortably at home and video chat with my therapist so that I can clearly see they're paying attention and they actually care. I got matched with my first therapist in just a few.
Just me. I'm not saying everyone should agree with me.
An example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
And having his.
It seems like Green had the perfect chance to get out of Australia, and he just screwed his chance.
Girlfriend draw the exact same childish anime character with eyes rolled into the back of her head, mouth open, blushing.
Who's going to be like sensitive? This is a 3,000-year-old woman in the body of a little girl. She's actually 10,000 years old. It's like, this looks like a little kid, okay? She could be 6. There's no way. You have to be so... Oops, I got a bit too excited. I almost knocked my microphone down. You have to be so mentally raw for you to be like, yeah, this girl right here, 2,000 years old, so it's okay. I don't know this anime. I don't watch anime. The only anime I watch is like Dragon Ball Z and Naruto.
2,000 years old. Shane Gillis explains American Civil War. I want to see this.
Yeah, me and Christopher, I took Christopher down to Gettysburg. It was his first time. I said, why don't you head down here? I'll show you something.
Did you give him the tour?
I gave him a pretty decent tour.
It was nice.
You know,
yeah.
To be able to drive there without looking and then be like, this is the southern end of Pickett's Charge.
You
and
know the
then
land.
across the field, I'd be like, that's where they went.
Yeah.
They went through this clearing of trees to try to get over there.
Fuck.
And then we went up to Little Round Top,
Mm-hmm.
which you may know from the famous movie Gettysburg.
Of course.
Jeff Daniels and the 20th Maine.
For sure.
Jeff Daniels.
That's where they charged.
Played, yeah,
I
we were
know.
up there.
Yeah.
It was
Dude,
fucking
yeah,
sick.
it was yeah.
It's
it was
so
really
nice.
wild. They all die?
No, they won.
Did they?
Yeah, you're thinking Glory.
I'm just nodding my head, dude. Glory. Oh, they all died in Glory. Yeah.
Glory, yeah. They tried
Oh,
to
that's
charge.
what I was thinking of before. Yeah.
Black guys?
Yeah. Glory's the one where the
actually
cannonball
Fury.
hits that guy in the face.
Oh,
That's
there you
what
go.
it,
I was
yeah.
like, I don't remember that in Gettysburg.
Yeah.
Took
a cannonball to the face?
After my turn, I'm going to go up and go to the bathroom real quick. How to become an Orthodox Christian.
Ascension WoW is a standalone World of Warcraft private server that reimagines WoW in a...
Hello, our siblings in Christ. I'm Bojan, and I'm a reader of the Serbian Orthodox Church.
All right, there we go.
church. I've taken it upon myself to illustrate the entire Bible, verse to verse, but I also make videos with my friend Milos.
That would be me. I'm Milos and I am not a member of the clergy. You might remember me from...
Today we will help you answer an important question. How to become an Orthodox Christian.
I don't like
me and Christopher, I took Christopher down to Gettysburg. It was his first time. I said, why don't you head down here? I'll show you something.
Did you give him the tour?
I gave him a pretty decent tour.
Obsessed with conspiracies.
Shelter, cattails. Fire, cattails. Water, cat.
Yeah, Trump definitely does envy, like, Putin for that. Like, for Putin to just be able to do whatever he wants.
Yo.
And, like, get away with shit.
Who doesn't, dude?
Yeah, for real. If you don't, you're lying.
Me. I value fucking liberty. I
Yeah,
value
you value
the
liberty
press,
because
dude.
you
I
need
love
liberty.
the press.
If you had the ability
I
to
love the
be a
press.
fucking autocrat, you would do. Anyone would do it.
No.
Anyone would be an autocrat.
No.
Yes, they would.
I'm like George Washington, dude. I'm just here to.
So you just
shut
some
up,
slaves on the
Shane.
low and just
I'm
fucking...
gonna fucking get some slaves. I'll be an autocrat at home.
That's true. You
Yeah.
rule your household, and you know, I don't know where to go.
Yeah, that's.
Yo, I think he does admire people that are like, I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna do this however I fucking want to do it. But I also don't think like the guy's never. I don't know. I don't know politics.
I don't care about
I don't want to go down
politics.
this fucking hole.
I don't care about politics.
I don't know anything about it.
I'm more into the human side of it, to where like when they'll blame, they'll be like, well, Russia, Putin. How come so many of your political enemies end up dead? And he just straight up said, like, coming from a country who's have had presidents assassinated.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, man. Basically, he's like, shit happens.
Yeah, yeah.
And they were like, okay, next question.
Yeah.
People hear things they shouldn't hear, and they have to.
I mean, dude,
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton has. They're the two people supposed to
Weird play. Why did he move all of his stack inward? That was a very weird play. I did not like that. Kind of freaked me out a little bit.
testify against Hillary Clinton. Their fucking house exploded.
Ha.
George Bush Senior. George Bush Senior.
Is that true?
Yes. Bush Senior. The Clinton body count.
Dude, you're my
ridiculous.
Fox News, just so you know.
I'm
I don't
telling
watch
you.
anything, so I'm depending on you. For
I just
all
go
this.
off of the internet.
You gotta watch that. You gotta watch that. It's dangerous.
Is it George Bush Senior? George Bush Senior's
CIA?
The guy, what's a cardiologist? His heart doctor just got killed in a bicycle-to-bicycle drive-by shooting. That guy rides his bicycle every day to work. Someone pulled up on a bicycle, shot him 3 times, pedaled away. No one knows why.
His cardiologist?
But George Bush Senior's in home, like the cardiologist that comes and sees him or whatever. Dude, the old Bush in the wheelchair.
Yeah.
His cardiologist just got
That's
shot.
because he sexually harassed all those women.
Who? His cardiologist?
No.
What?
Senior. He was
Dude,
grabbing butts.
that's nothing, dude.
Finally, the feminists took control.
Please, dude.
Oh, yeah,
got
he's-
on a Huffy
yeah.
and executed his
He
cardiologist.
He helped set up the JFK assassination, but dude, the guy, it's just weird. My cardiologist isn't going to get shot on a drive-by bicycle shooting out in like the suburbs of Texas. You're in an
Yeah.
affluent neighborhood pedaling your bike, and some dude pulls up on a bicycle right on the way to work. It's
Yeah,
like,
he knows
pop,
your
pop,
route.
pop, pop, runs away.
Yeah, that's
no
it.
robbery. That shit happens all the time, dude. It's bizarre.
This is great.
I'm just
this
saying.
is great watching you listen to him talk.
You're
I'm
the
just
guy.
saying. I'm
you're
telling
the
you.
dude
Because
you're
I
the
want to
dude-
believe it.
You're the
when
dude who
somebody
started
tells me
the
something,
CIA.
I'm like, I want to believe that. Yeah.
You're the dude who started the CIA, and your heart doctor and a bunch of other people connected to you just get killed randomly. It's like, it's bizarre.
It certainly is.
Strange.
It certainly is.
It is.
I agree.
What if bullets just rip through this fucking room?
You keep fucking with
But
me.
that
one day
would
they
make
will.
sense.
Yeah.
In this neighborhood,
Yeah.
that makes perfect sense.
It's pretty peaceful.
But
around
that
here.
yeah, it is absolutely. I haven't heard one gunshot
Yeah, you
in
could
2
you
years.
could get a couple of guns.
You
pop
can hear
through
him
though.
occasionally.
You could.
That Putin thing. It reminded me of. I think it was with Oliver Stone. He did those interviews, and they were like, or maybe it wasn't with Oliver Stone, but it was one of the interviews. They were asking him about Russian interference with the U.S. election, and he was like, again, he said the same thing. He was like, "This is. Do you think the U.S. meddles in other people's elections?"
Exactly.
And he's like, "We didn't, but do you think you guys do?"
Yeah.
Anyway, next question. Like,
Dude, he shuts. I like watch Putin. I'm like, damn, he's kind of sick. And you watch him interview, he just doesn't bullshit. He's just like,
right now, Dairy Queen's jerking off, going nuts.
He's
right
getting
now.
mad right now.
He's fired up.
Does he like Putin?
No, he'll delight in the fact that we like Putin.
I do. I like
Dairy
Putin.
Queen? This fucking internet
thing, it's like-
liberal troll talk shit. It's pretty funny.
I like him, man. I'm not gonna,
You like Putin?
I like the way he talks, dude.
You like the cut of his jib?
Yeah, I like the colors.
So you like, invading Ukraine? You down with that?
They try to hand him the FBI report during the thing. They're like, "Well, here's the report saying that there was collusion and meddling." And he goes like, the guy goes to hand it to him. And he goes, laughs at him. He goes, "Put it over there." It's so fucking funny.
Again, that was another thing. All the liberals were like, we shouldn't be dealing with Russia. They invaded Ukraine, all that shit. And then when they asked that to Putin, he's like, "How did Iraq go for you guys?"
Yeah.
And it's like, never mind.
Yeah.
Like,
Shut up, dude. Shut up, dude.
Yeah,
Chill.
Of course they don't want him.
Yeah, but we're different.
Yeah, don't be gay.
He's having him at the White House now.
Putin's coming to the White
everyone
House?
was
Everybody's
like,
going
"What the fuck's
crazy
he
about
doing?"
that,
And what's
yeah.
Trump do? He goes, "I'd like him to come to the White House." Everyone's gonna freak the fuck out.
I don't have a problem with the head of Russia coming to the White House. Why would that be a problem?
It was the CIA controls the media.
I wish something would happen here.
Media, dude. That's why it's not a problem. That's the thing.
I was gonna say,
you've
why
done a bunch
is
of
that-
very bad things, and there's this ex-KGB agent with a bunch of power now who knows everything you did. Now he's in the mainstream. It's not a good thing, dude. The CIA got JFK assassinated. That's in control. It's like that's a fact. They lied, dude. They lied and said he got shot once. He clearly got shot in the throat and in the head. And they came out 40 years later and they were like, "Well, he did get shot in the throat too." Upon reviewing it, it's like,
Probably, yeah.
I'm telling, dude, look into that shit. It's insane. 9 out of 10 Americans in the 60s and 70s, or when did he get shot? When did JFK?
63.
Right after that, they polled Americans, and it was like 9 out of 10 Americans didn't believe like the single bullet theory, the shooter from the hill.
Huh.
But now, dude, back in the day, you could get before they didn't foresee the internet coming out. You could cover shit up, and now all this shit's coming out, and people are freaking the fuck out.
Yeah.
What do you think's gonna happen?
I don't know, man. I have no idea.
Well, Putin?
Yeah. Think we're gonna
Ah, you dick. You have so many troops. What's his plan up here? Is he just trying to card block all of us? Oh, he wants 9 territories. Okay. It'd make more sense for him to attack that way into mine than to block off his stack again. Yep. That is what he's doing. He's trying to card block. Is he gonna do it again? Because eventually people are gonna get fed up with it, and then he's... He is. Okay, cool. I was like, he's gonna piss me off if he does that. I'm gonna hit him up here and then say, sorry, I need to attack your territory, and then hit him in the... Fascism and right libertarians. Is this gonna say that they're like the same thing?
When you shop on Amazon.com, there's a good chance you're buying from an independent seller like Adrian. When Adrian launched...
Are you ready for one of my spicy hot takes? Well, I guess... the title kind of gives it away in advance, doesn't it? So what led me to this conclusion? Why do I think that libertarians, right libertarians to be specific, are fascists? And of course I'm not talking about every single person who identifies as libertarian, or even right libertarian, but I did notice some worrying trends among people who call themselves that. And also, libertarianism has become an integral part of the Republican Party, which is a far-right party by any measure. So there appears to be some definite connection between the far-right...
Or you're just far left.
...and right libertarianism. But why? I mean, theoretically, they're supposed to be on different ends of the spectrum. You know, right-wing authoritarians wanting more government control, at least in theory, and right libertarians wanting less. And so here we arrive at an absolutely crucial distinction. When I say right-wing libertarian, I don't mean people who fit the definition of right-wing libertarian. I mean people who identify as right-wing libertarian. And so, do the following names sound familiar to you? Richard Spencer, Milo Yiannopoulos, Gavin McInnes, Tim Gionnet aka Baked Alaska, Stefan Molyneux, Ben Shapiro. All of
oh my goodness.
These people are far-right demagogues. All of them have either started out...
I like how we put all these guys with Ben Shapiro. They're not the same.
or are currently identifying as libertarian. And so it seems to me that there is...
Richard Spencer doesn't identify as libertarian. That's for sure.
...such a thing as the libertarian alt-right pipeline. And why is that? Well, if you're a libertarian, allegedly, chances are you will be against programs such as affirmative action, state welfare, anti-discrimination legislation. Now, do we see a pattern here? In general, it seems to me that far-righters and libertarians have an awful lot in common. And that's because they both believe in this thing called personal responsibility.
So, when you tell...
everyone should believe in personal responsibility.
Young people that the cause of the trouble they see around them in the world, and maybe even the disquiet in their own heart, is the malevolent inadequacy of their society, that rings true, and they don't hear the rest of the story, you know, and it's the rest of the story that I've been trying to tell. They don't hear the story that, yeah, don't forget about the evil and corruption that exists in your own heart.
If you're a member of the left and you believe that all individuals are essentially just the outgrowths of institutions, and therefore that all change by individuals is going to be insufficient, and that it must be societal change that creates individual change, you're a threat, because you're telling people, well, you know, the systems can certainly get better, but the main threat to you is you, and that is a deeply threatening message to people. And if people find fulfillment in that message, then the left really does have a problem, because if people start improving their lives within the system, and not blaming the system for their problems, and instead recognizing that they can improve their lives. That's what members of the left hate most of all. You know, you talk about in the book, Jordan, the fact that people are constantly coming up to you and they're saying things like, you know, I was leading a dissolute life. I read your book, I started taking your advice, and I've turned it around, and now I'm doing much better in life. And, you know, I'm blessed to have much the same experience from a lot of people who listen to the show, people who have been homeless, who now have graduated Harvard Law School, people who were single moms and then decided to take a college course and figure out their lives, people who've made mistakes and turned their mistakes around. And to me, those are inspirational stories. I think that because those inspirational stories exist, that I think is why people find you to be such a threat. It's because so many people are inspired by the stuff that you say and change their life individually without putting all of their ire and focus on a system that the left is mainly focused on tearing down.
So there you have it. Individual responsibility means that we should solve big problems through small individual changes instead of systemic approaches. The system isn't broken, the individual people are. You know, if you have 10,000 black people living in a ghetto somewhere, the systemic solution to black poverty would be targeted social programs, improving the infrastructure, enforcing laws against discrimination, and so on and so forth.
Classic.
Whereas what Ben Personal Responsibility Shapiro would do is he would roll up in his Bentley and tell those people to start a business or something. Which is basically just the equivalent of hand-waving the issues of those people, like, yeah, whatever, just start a business or something. And that's because if you subscribe to the idea of personal responsibility, then chances are you believe that the system we have currently is fine or mostly fine. And so the problems don't lie in the institutions, they lie in the individual people. Hey, would you look at that? Sounds like these right-wing libertarians really want to conserve the current system. Wow, I wonder if there's a political movement dedicated to that exact goal. So yeah, basically if we follow the idea of personal responsibility, we end up invariably with conservative social policies. Quite the coincidence, isn't it? So if the darkies get too uppity in Detroit that they're poor and they have no opportunities, well, it's their problem. They're just lazy. They don't want to work. And if some soy-chugging cucked lefty points out that, hey, by the way, there's been systemic discrimination against black people, redlining policies, ramming highways through neighborhoods, you know, the disproportionate incarceration of black people for non-violent drug crimes, breaks up families and ruins communities, all of these concerns can be just hand-waved, dismissed with personal responsibility. Because you can just tell them, well, liberal, you say, let's say that black people are, let's say, discriminated against, but have you heard about this thing called personal responsibility? Yep, they can just move, or they can just create a business. They can just, let's say, stop being poor if they want to, but they don't. What does this mean about them? Right, so basically all social issues are channeled back onto the individual. If you see a bunch of black folk in a ghetto, your first question will not be what system produced this inequality, but rather, how come all these people are so lazy? And, oh boy, does this result in some interesting follow-up questions. You know, how come all these black people seem to be unable to succeed in this meritocratic fair society created by white people? Is it a cultural problem, or more of a biological problem? Hey, would you look at that? From one of the biggest foundational principles of libertarianism, we have organically arrived at white nationalist talking points. And this we call the libertarian alt-right pipeline. And the main issue of this libertarian idea of personal responsibility is that it's just so fucking vague. What does personal responsibility mean? In what sense? In what context?
You're
in what
responsible for
philosophical
yourself.
framework? And
Now, everything doesn't mean that everything's your fault, but you are only responsible for yourself.
the answer is whatever you feel like. I mean, it's so vague it can be anything. That's the beauty of it. And this exact same thing happens to the other fundamental libertarian ideas, which are complete control over your person and your property. And so, Christopher Cantwell, a speaker at the Unite the Right rally at Charlottesville, also known as the Crying Nazi, a former libertarian by the way, wrote the following in his blog following Charlottesville. People should be free to exercise complete control over their own person and property. If blacks are committing crimes or Jews are spreading communism, discriminating against them is the right of any property owner. The fact that he may or may not miss out on good blacks or Jews is a risk he takes, and the merit of his decisions will be proven out by the market. So once again, the ideas he takes as a basis are so vague that he can just effortlessly integrate his beliefs into them, and it all works out okay. And so, if you are a person with empathy and a good understanding of the world, you realize
I do not like this game.
is that currently, in
Needs to
certain
get to
areas of
moving.
life, especially in America, systemic change is needed to bring about more happiness and better outcomes. And that requires state social policies, anti-discrimination laws, affirmative action even, welfare programs, which will also go to a lot of non-white people due to their socioeconomic circumstances. In today's America, white people seem to have most of the power. And if you tolerate the status quo, or who knows, maybe even support it, then it is quite simply in your best interest to side with political forces that are all about maintaining the current status quo. And would you look at that, libertarianism does exactly that. So this is libertarianism from a social perspective, acting as an ideological platform for all kinds of unsavory folks on the far right. But hey, you might interject, libertarianism is not just that. It also has a lot to say about economics. It wants to free the markets, it wants more freedom for everyone, freedom to do business, freedom to buy or sell whatever they want. It's all about achieving liberty, free of any government meddling. Hence the name, libertarianism. It all sounds nice, but here's the problem. Hierarchy is inherent in capitalism. Your boss can be an incompetent dipshit who just got parachuted into his position through his relatives or something, and still have all the power over you, while you have no power over them. And they can decide about your livelihood with a stroke of a pen. Capitalism is also coercive. What if your boss is a total, emotionally abusive dipshit who just makes employees' life a living hell? I've had those bosses before. It's not fun, and I ended up resigning in all situations, but only because I had plenty of options. But what if I didn't? I would be screwed. I would have had to show up to work, take all the abuse with a smile on my face, and then pray to God I don't get fired, because if I do, I'm sleeping under the bridge. Right, so it seems to me that right-wing libertarianism is not really concerned with, liberty, and it's only used as a facade for the true agenda, which is the creation and maintaining of hierarchies. And that we call right-wing conservatism, which happens to be a precursor to right-wing fascism. And a few years ago this would have been a rather outlandish statement. However, since then we had the Republican Party's hard shift towards the far right, 4 years of Donald Trump, we had Charlottesville and the very fine people on both sides. And then we
That's not what he said.
had the attack on the Capitol, which was essentially a coup attempt by Trump supporters, and came about as a result of Donald Trump questioning the result of a legitimate democratic election, with most of the Republican Party's backing, by the way. So that's why I'm so comfortable calling right-wing fascism a natural and logical continuation of right-wing conservatism. Because as conservatism transitions towards the far right, it becomes less and less distinguishable from right-wing fascism, the symptoms of which I believe are there for anyone to see. And that is why right-wing libertarians always turn out to be fascists. Oh, and by the way, I do believe in the importance of personal responsibility. I think we should all be responsible for our actions. I think no one on the left is seriously saying that we shouldn't. Only that next to the very important personal responsibility, we should have systemic solutions for systemic problems. That's my view as well, and I think it's completely fair. Anyway.
Thriftbook's new reading rewards are sweeter than ever. And now you have 3 levels of benefits. With each level, you get more rewards for...
Do you hate the state? Do you hate that vile institution of theft, war, and genocide so much that you're willing to abolish it completely? Then you are an anarchist. But anarchism only describes what you're against, not what you're for. So to determine what you are for, you need to answer this question. Is money, capitalism, force, or is it consent? If you answered that money is consent, then you are an anarcho-capitalist. So you can call me Ezekiel. This is anarcho-capitalism. Let's jump in.
I wonder how much.
The most basic function of the state is to protect its citizens from those who would do them harm. Any man who seeks to harm another is, by definition, a criminal.
I mean, that is what the
to
state
this
is
end,
meant for.
The state taxes its people to finance their protection.
Originally.
People may believe that a state has additional functions on top of this, but all statists, from minarchists to totalitarian socialists, agree that protecting its people from criminals is the fundamental function of the state. But, according to ANCAPs, there's a problem here. A tax-funded protection agency is a contradiction in terms. Anyone trying to tax you is robbing you. They are the criminals you need protection from. But let's say that you try to be clever. What if you were to support the government that's robbing you on the grounds that it's at least robbing you less than another worse robber would? Well, things might not turn out the way you'd hoped, because there's still the question of how much protection you need, and how much you should be charged for it. Who gets to make that decision? The government, of course. And since you're being taxed against your will, not charged for a service you've consented to, you get no say in the matter. In fact, any effort to resist will be treated as a crime. Naturally, the government will always advocate for more and more defense, and use that to justify the further taxation it would require. Now, the government may defer this theft by taking on debt, or hide it through inflation. But one way or another, you're gonna get robbed. By the way, I would like to take this opportunity to say that the libertarian slogan, "taxation is theft," is wrong. You see, during taxation, the government is saying that they will send scary men to do horrible things to you unless you fork over your valuables. This means that taxation isn't theft. It's way more like armed robbery. If you want to see the government practicing theft, you should take a look at inflation. Inflation is the covert way of taking people's wealth. So the slogan should really be, taxation is robbery, inflation is theft. And the last point an ANCAP would make here is that you shouldn't actually expect to get any of that security you're paying for. Remember, the government is a monopoly, and as statist trustbusters love to point out, monopolies have no reason to provide good quality in return for their high costs. In fact, the state has an incentive to keep you unsafe. That way, in your desperation for security, you may actually support increased security spending in the vain hopes it'll save you. In the eyes of the anarcho-capitalist, money is more than just a commodity or medium of exchange. It's more than even consent. To an anarcho-capitalist, money is speech. This view is not original to the ANCAPs. You see, ANCAPs are subscribers to the Austrian School of Economics. While the Austrians, particularly their founder, Ludwig von Mises, are minarchists, the ANCAPs hold nearly all other Austrian views, one of them being that money is speech. We'll explore Austrian economics more in our next video. What's relevant here is that in the Austrians' views, all economic transactions not involving government or criminals, which the ANCAPs view as being the same thing, is both consensual and mutually beneficial, and that money is the way we communicate the value of those transactions to each other. This means that capitalism, or more accurately, free markets, is a system of human organization built entirely on consent. To a deontologist, that alone would be enough to build a moral society out of. But the ANCAPs also believe that free markets make sense on a consequentialist basis. This is because, as Austrians, they also believe that free markets are the most effective system of human organization too. The only question left is, with what will ANCAPs replace the state's monopolized services? Will there be private companies acting as police, military, courts, regulators, and all other functions that constitute a modern state? The short answer is yes. The longer answer is also yes, but to specify that these functions won't be performed by normal private companies, because there already exists a special type of corporation that already provides much of these services, and is well suited to taking on the rest. What type of company is it? Well, let me put it to you this way. They're going to make Warren Buffett the king of Ancapistan. In the eyes of anarcho-capitalists, insurance companies are destined to replace the
Is Warren Buffett
state.
I thought that he just...
Here's what that'll look like. Imagine that the state security forces fail in their task to protect you from a robbery, costing you an item worth $100. The state will not compensate you, and it will not make any effort to retrieve the stolen item.
Why did he just...
This is the opposite of an insurance company.
I'm confused.
When you lose an
with
item
this
worth
place.
$100, the company will compensate you in full. But let's assume there was no government at all, only an insurance company offering insurance against crime. Instead of letting criminals run rampant, causing the company to lose money in payouts, and losing customers by raising their prices to cover those payouts, wouldn't it be cheaper to hire security to protect the customers from criminals in the first place? In fact, that in itself would be a service people would pay for. Consumers would much rather not be robbed at all than get robbed and compensated after the fact. Moreover, without a government restricting weapons ownership, most people would be able to defend themselves, making the insurance company's cost of security even lower. After all, when seconds count, the police are minutes away. Or in this case, private security. Let me tell you a common joke made at the expense of anarcho-capitalism. Imagine you're walking through a back alley one night. Then, all of a sudden, you're jumped by 3 thugs intent on beating you up. But all is not yet lost. You have private security. You call up your agency and say, "Help, I'm being attacked." But no help is sent. Instead, the woman on the phone calmly informs you, "I'm sorry, sir, but you only have the silver protection package, which only guards you against murder. If you want help against assaults, you'll need to upgrade to gold." And she hangs up, leaving you to your fate. It looks like you're going to have to defend yourself. Now let me tell you the ANCAP version of this joke. You're living in the modern United States, driving through your hometown. Traffic is bad, so before you can escape, you become rapidly engulfed in a tide of political rioters. You call up the state police to tell them you're being attacked. The woman on the other end calmly informs you, "I'm sorry, but these rioters are the political allies of the current administration. The police have been ordered to stand down. And by the way, if you heard any of those peaceful protesters attacking you, we'll arrest you." You then ask her, "Then what am I paying taxes for?" But she already hung up. In my eyes, both scenarios are equally plausible. So what's the difference? Well, the state doesn't actually guarantee your security, but it can guarantee that you have none by punishing you for defending yourself. After all, self-defense is a violation of the state's
that is what's going on right now in like a lot of the cities.
On force. Under a state, self-defense is, by definition, a privilege, not a right. Meanwhile, in the Ancapistan scenario, you can at least still defend yourself. And, while no private security was sent to save you, you at least didn't have to pay for it anyway. The next topic we need to cover is how anarcho-capitalist societies would handle neighboring states. Criminals are easy to overwhelm, but how about whole nations united under a militaristic state? Naturally, an anarchist society will require a military to defend itself. How will that work? Rather than having to hold policy debates to unreliably convince the masses to increase or decrease military spending, the consumers will judge for themselves what the necessary amount of defense spending should be. If a neighboring state becomes increasingly belligerent, people will insist their insurance companies prove that they're capable of defending them. And if one company can't provide sufficient defense, their customers will flock to another that can. This will force the insurance companies to maintain armed forces of more than just tanks and infantry, but of warplanes and even warships to protect their clients doing trade overseas. They'll also need to provide unconventional defenses, such as intelligence agencies and cyber warfare units. It's also important to consider that there will be multiple insurance companies protecting clients living in every area of the society. So if a state military were to advance and take territory from the anarchist society, they would very quickly end up attacking every insurance company in that society, bringing them into a state of war with the whole. And that's assuming the companies don't already have mutual defense agreements, which they almost certainly would in a desire to share the burden of fighting an expensive war. There's also the fact that private citizens will always be free to equip themselves with any armaments they want, and to organize themselves into civilian defense forces. Naturally, if war seemed on the horizon, more citizens would flock to such groups, allowing the society to dynamically militarize and demilitarize based on perceived threats. According to these ideas, an anarcho-capitalist society's military will have 2 main components: small, well-trained and well-equipped armies under the insurance companies, and much larger civilian defense forces whose quality will range from local militias to private armies in and of themselves. This is very similar to what America's founding fathers intended, with small but elite-standing armies being kept in check by larger and politically decentralized militias. All of this would inevitably create an extremely large armament sector within the society's economy, a real asset in case of war. But, of course, without taxation, war is very unprofitable. The insurance companies would do everything they could to avoid it. In this way, an anarcho-capitalist society will be less likely to start a war than a statist one. War is the health of the state, after all, and anarchists have no states.
Don't miss out on Double XP Live! Available for all skills for 10 whole days.
So if insurance companies are so great and so destined to replace government security services, why haven't they done so already? Well, the state won't let them. Remember, the state has a monopoly on force. Like hell are they going to give that up to some damn actuary? There's also a lack of will within insurance companies to do this. To realize such a radical plan would require incredibly ideologically motivated leadership. And not only is the vast majority of the current population statist, but the insurance industry is heavily regulated by the government. This means that the industry attracts a disproportionate number of people who are more inclined to cooperate with the state than to oppose it. Now, whether it's because you love it or hate it, if you want to know more about anarcho-capitalism, I've got book recommendations.
Ooh, I should have.
The two main...
I should have killed them last time.
main books I'd recommend are The Anatomy of the State for the Anarcho-Capitalist
I have that one.
Critique of the State, and Democracy, the God That...
I don't have that one in hard copy, but I've listened to it on Audible.
Failed, which covers the anarcho-capitalist theory of history, critique of the state, replacements for the state, prospect for revolution, and even a bit of Austrian economics. Also, since I recommended Kropotkin's Mutual Aid in the anarcho-communism video, I'll also recommend its anarcho-capitalist counterpart, Hans Hermann Hoppe's A Short History of Man. Honestly, they're quite similar, and I mean that as a compliment. And that's anarcho-capitalism. Don't forget to like this video, leave a comment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the notification bell. And if you'd like to help us make more videos like this one, support us through Patreon, Subscribestar, becoming a channel member, and PayPal, links to all of which can be found below. Up next, we're going to talk about depression, and what a certain group of Austrians have to say about it. I'll see you then.
Welcome. I think that's this one right here. I think he's lining up for the kill.
Oh, we're using QuickBooks for a lot more than accounting.
Well, I need Salesforce integration.
QuickBooks works with Salesforce.
Really?
Yep. Salesforce, Bill.com, DocuSign. They all sync to QuickBooks.
Guess it's not just for the books anymore.
Guess not.
America in the 1920s was a laissez-faire utopia.
There we go.
It was a country in which you could do whatever you wanted, buy whatever you wanted, all with a dollar backed by gold so it never lost value. By 1929, these reckless policies led to an economy of so much speculation and bad debt that it collapsed under its own weight. If not for the government's swift and decisive action after this collapse, we may have never recovered. Every single word I just said should be familiar to you. It's the story we were all told about the Great Depression, and every word of it is a lie. This fake story is not the result of mistakes made by well-meaning but incompetent historians and economists, but a deliberate narrative designed by the crash's perpetrators to not only shed responsibility for the harm they caused, but to put the blame squarely on its victims, victims which they created. The story they tell begins shortly before the crash, so it never answers the real questions. Anyone can tell you that an economy built on bad debt and speculation is doomed to fail. The real questions are, why was there so much bad debt? Why were so many people speculating? Austrian economics can give us the answers. So you can call me Ezekiel. This is the Austrian School of Economics and the Great Depression. Let's jump in!
I wonder which one he's choosing. Why would he have done that? I hope he doesn't just slam into me now.
The story of the Great Depression really begins in the aftermath of World War I. All of the great powers of Europe financially ruined themselves to fight that war. Even the winners were facing down the possibility of total financial collapse. One of the measures every European state took was to move their currency off of the gold standard. This would allow them to print unlimited amounts of new currency with which to finance the war effort. But they totally pinky promised that they'd get back on the gold standard when the war ended. And you can always trust the government. But the economic devastation of the war made it difficult for the European nations to actually realize that promise. So until they fixed their economies and got back on the gold standard, they were going to suffer some serious problems. The biggest one being that Europe's remaining gold would flow into America. America's rightful reward for maintaining its gold standard should have been the wealth of the world, but instead, it got the Great Depression. Why? Well, let's take a look at what America was up to during this time. America after World War I was nothing like the laissez-faire Wild West people make it out to be. Alcohol, one of the most traded commodity types on Earth, was totally banned. Tariffs were high. And, as would turn out to be the primary cause of the Great Depression, the Federal Reserve maintained an intentional policy of inflation. The way the government saw it, they were practicing a Keynesian policy where they'd slowly inject newly printed currency into the economy to stimulate it. But the government didn't just print these dollars and drop them out of an airplane. They weren't stupid. They were going to buy stuff with it. Usually they'd issue loans. This increase in the supply of loans lowered the interest rates on the entire loan market. The interventionists viewed this as another good. Easy money means more investment and more economic growth, right? Well, in reality,
Good, how
it just
about you?
causes recessions. You see, the Keynesians aren't exactly wrong that their policies stimulate economic growth. The problem is that the growth they're creating is in the form of malinvestment. Money isn't just another commodity or good on the market, it's fundamentally unique from all others, because at its heart, money is communication. Money is speech. The price of products, services, and debt tells you something. The most talkative form of money is interest rates. When you're taking out a loan to grow your business, the interest rate on that loan is telling you something very important. If the interest rate is 10%, it's telling you that unless your idea is good enough to profit by at least 10%, then the idea is not worth investing in. That someone else has an idea that is worth 10%, and so is more worthy of the money. In a free market, this is the mechanism by which malinvestment is prevented. But in an environment of governmentally lowered interest rates, the money lies to you. Let's say that the free market interest rate should be 10%, but the government artificially lowers it to 5%. In this situation, when taking out a loan to finance a project that would only give 7% returns, the free market would have informed you that this is a bad idea. But with the interest manipulated down to 5%, taking out the loan will seem like a great idea. This all sounds good in theory, but what does it mean in practice? Well, in the case of businesses, it means producing goods for which there's not enough demand. In the lead up to the 1929 crash, farmers were taking out cheap loans to expand their farms and create food no one actually wanted. Part of the Great Depression was a crisis of low food prices, brought on by farmers overproducing goods, all financed by low-interest loans. They would have known not to do this if the interest rates were higher like they should have been. And remember, instead of funding the creation of food no one wanted, those loans could have gone to finance projects that there was actually demand for. The problem is even worse when it comes to investors. The interventionists love to point out how there were a lot of people margin buying the market before the crash, and this reckless speculation was a major cause of the crash.
It's going good.
Even the Hoover administration, in an effort to support their interventionist policies, blamed margin buying speculators for the crash. But in the eyes of the Austrian school, this is a particularly vile lie on the part of the interventionists. The interventionists never actually investigate why these people thought it was a good idea to buy on margin in the first place. The reason for that lack of interest is simple. Even a cursory investigation into the matter would show that it was really the interventionists' fault. You see, buying on margin is when you take out a loan with which to purchase equities, which is a fancy word for stocks. When the equities go up enough, you sell them, use the profits to pay off the interest, and pocket the difference. So with a free market interest rate of 10%, the money is telling the investor that he needs to be confident that his investment will make at least a 10% profit in time to pay off the loan. This ensures that only investors confident in their skills will buy on margin. But in an environment of governmentally lowered interest rates to, say, 3%, even a stupid investor will feel like they can beat that. So why not buy on margin? It would actually be stupid not to. And remember, the loan going to that naive investor isn't going to someone who can make better use of it. When interventionists blame margin buyers for the crash, they're gaslighting and scapegoating away their own primary involvement in the crisis, and shifting blame onto its victims. Now, Keynesian economics isn't so wild that it advocates for unlimited government stimulation of the markets. Keynesians have ideas as to what the limits of intervention are. But America's policy in the 1920s was not actually Keynesian. It was even more radical, and that's thanks to one man. Meet Benjamin Strong, the governor of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York and one of the greatest thieves in human history. The victim of his crime was the entire population of the United States. American isolationism during the 1920s is considerably exaggerated, because, especially in financial matters, America dominated the world stage. Like the other nations of Europe, the United Kingdom was losing its gold reserves to the United States. The UK's economy was reeling due to both domestic and international problems, and its leadership was utterly incapable of handling the situation they led their—
What I would have done there is put like 50 here, came across, boom, boom, and then put one there. That way that it couldn't have broken me anywhere.
own country into, but Benjamin Strong came to their rescue. Primarily on behalf of the United Kingdom, but also France and Germany, Benjamin Strong used his position in the United States central banking system to advocate for intensified inflation. This inflation would be used both to weaken the dollar, preventing precious metals from leaving fiat Europe and entering gold standard America, and to lend out that printed money in the form of low-interest loans to the Europeans. All of this was kept totally secret, away from the eyes of the American people. With such major decisions being kept out of the public eye, it's almost like America wasn't actually a democracy. So did the United Kingdom and other European states at least use this treasonous aid to get back up on their feet and return to the gold standard? Ha! Of course not! Instead, they used the sudden influx of cheap money to grow their economies and dominate nations less capable of taking advantage of Europhilic American central bankers. Between its already inflationist policies and Benjamin Strong's lobbying on behalf of foreign powers, the American money supply went up. By a lot. Between July of 1921 and July of 1929, the American money supply went up 61.8%, an average annual increase of 7.7%. That's a lot of money suddenly entering the economy. And much of it didn't even enter the American economy, but the economies of foreign powers. No matter how much help America gave its former allies and enemies, it was never enough. Europe became addicted to cheap credit, so much so that even Benjamin Strong started refusing their demands for more inflation. These catastrophic policies couldn't last forever. In September of 1929, suddenly realizing that much of the supposed economic growth was actually malinvestment, the stock market, itself artificially pumped by those very same low-interest loans, crashed, wiping out many investors, particularly amateurs who only started buying on margin because of how low the interest rates were. The US food market was crushed by a massive overproduction of foodstuffs, paid for by cheap loans. The European economies were hit even harder, as American investors, who were only there because of Benjamin Strong, had to pull out, forcing the credit-addicted nations of Europe off the sauce cold turkey. Naturally, the interventionists responded by printing more money, trying to force the interest rates back down, and beginning public works projects. This was largely led by the Hoover administration, who, contrary to the popular narrative, was not just willing to intervene in the economy, but was actually the most interventionist administration in American history up to that point. In 1932, he even signed off on one of the largest peacetime tax increases in American history, which ironically saw the federal government's revenues go down. It's almost like the economy was suffering from the very pressures he was putting it under. But in spite of their clear failures, Hoover was proud of his policies, bragging about them in many of his speeches. The following Roosevelt administration would intensify Hoover's interventionism, which failed so badly that there was another recession in 1937. Bear in mind,
I want this bot to go and break his shit. But it's not. Oh, smart move, actually.
this was still...
Who's here? That sucks. Alright. That sucks. That really sucks. Oh, my mom called me. Oh, accidentally. Oh, I was talking without the mic on. Something smells like burnt plastic. Weird. What the fuck? What is that? Ready up. Ooh, I'm first seat. Should I move into... next phase. I'm trying to think on if I should go into... yeah, I think that this is the right move. There we go. There we go. Oh, you're... okay. Oh, tat. Oh, Israel support. All right.
I think Netanyahu is also really, really, really bad. I think he has been bad. Yep. I actually hate that. I used to give him a little bit of credit from 95 to 99 or 98 or whatever when he was elected. Then he's always been in opposition to Palestinian interests.
You know, kind of.
I don't think it's really functioning well right now, right? I don't think we're in a very tenable situation right now. No.
I mean, it's functioning right now.
It's clearly not functioning right now. You've got people living under essentially a military-style government indefinitely. How is that functioning? The reality is right now, there is a country called Israel that is occupying the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. And we get a lot of people that are unhappy with the current situation. It's untenable. I don't think Jordan or Egypt, I think we both agree, it's probably more likely that a functional one-state or two-state solution would be arrived at than Egypt and Jordan would both agree to give up territory to the Palestinians. There's just no way that would ever happen.
On the 6 Day War, correct me if I'm wrong, I might have misheard, when you talked to the Mark guy, you said the Arabic countries, if you look at the time, did not really want to get involved violently with Israel?
No, I don't think they did. No.
Okay, then I misheard. My bad. So okay, scratch that because I sent you a mail like 3 months ago, an email. There's this Assad plan. If you look at Nasser, he had like a whole plan that was almost executed to invade Eilat, to conquer it from Israel. Had to be stopped by the Kremlin, like giving him a phone call at 3 a.m. almost 2 weeks before the 6-day war. Definitely not peaceful. I think you even mentioned how unhinged he was in your mouthy debate like 3 months ago. Whatever. Okay, so thank you. I misheard. The other thing is in reference to? Mouthy infidel. You had a debate with him like 3 months ago.
I'm sorry. What did you just say? You said that the Kremlin had a call with the leader of. Was this to Cairo or to Jerusalem?
Okay, so what I said was one. I basically summarized the Assad plan. It's nothing to do with Syria, whatever. It's just Assad means lion. It was called the Operation Lion. They prepared Nasser prepared to invade Israel and conquer Eilat. 2 weeks and then the 25th of May. I sent you an email about this.
Here's the plan. You sneak past the guards and grab the treasure. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna shop at thriftbooks.com, but there's millions of books for under $5. Even adventures? Adventures, fantasy, anything. Okay, new plan.
I assume that he wants.
That was after your debate with Mouthy, where you did repeat a bunch of times how Nasser was unhinged and did want to fight with Israel. So
I didn't understand the political maneuvering at the time. I think what was going on was, as ironic, there's like a weird game. It's basically like gooning, basically, where you're trying to edge without coming. And it seems like, or no, wait, that's just edging. I'm sorry. When you're just edging. It seems like what the Arab leaders were doing for a long time, Nasser included up to this point, where they were basically, their population really wanted to bust a fat load, and Nasser just wanted not to bust a fat load, but he had to edge the population the whole time. So what he was basically doing was, instead of going to war, he would get real tough on his rhetoric and start talking a ton of fucking shit, and he would do all these posturing, all these moves, right? I'll kick the UNE out, these guys. I'm deploying my troops all across the Sinai as a hopes of kind of like pacifying his population, like, look at how strong I am, guys. We could fuck Israel hardcore. Now, I don't think, especially after Yemen, I don't think that he really wanted that war. I don't think he was necessarily ready for it, but I do think he welcomed it if the Israelis did want to fight. I think he'd be like, fuck it.
That I disagree with.
Yeah?
That I disagree with. Here. So this is from Michael Oren's book, The 6 Days of War, where he summarizes the Assad plan that was almost executed. I'll just read the relevant chapter. This is from an other article he had called Who Wanted the 6-Day War. So let me just read this. This is translated. Okay. So, in fact, the Egyptians, not the Israelis, were the ones preparing at the time to, quote, set off. As Israeli intelligence suspected, the leadership in Cairo had already approved a major military attack against Eilat and other strategic targets in the Negev. The plan, called Assad, was intended to be carried out the next day, Saturday, May 27th, and would probably have been carried out if Johnson, the president at the time in the U.S., had not created a warm relationship with the Kremlin and passed on Abba Eban, of course, warnings about the expected Egyptian attack. As a result, Dmitry Pozdiev, I don't know how to say this name, the Soviet ambassador in Cairo, visited Nasser at 3 o'clock in the morning to convey to him Moscow's firm opposition to any Egyptian move to start a war. Nasser immediately called off the attack. So just to summarize, he was almost ready to invade Israel.
Why? I don't understand. You're bringing this up in opposition to my point or to support my point?
Yeah, you said he didn't want to actually get involved in a war, although he already had approved and had to barely stop.
Oh, you're saying that he already... I need to go and look at the details of that again. I don't...
That's fair.
Yeah, I need to look at the details of that plan because they weren't ready. And I don't think they had the backing yet to do it. And it seemed like that played out pretty poorly. It feels like there was a big drive up in rhetoric, though, to actually like make the population feel strong and blah, blah, blah. But I think the argument that Shlomo Ben Ami makes is that Syria was the one that actually ultimately ends up dragging Egypt into that war. And it was just... or drags them all on the course tour. I think as I say this, though, and this is something that I'm trying to be careful about because it is complicated. When I say things like I don't think Egypt wanted to go to war, I say that and then people agree with that, but that doesn't mean that Israel didn't feel like they wanted to go to the war, and that doesn't mean that Israel didn't have a good reason to feel like they wanted to go to war. So like, so like they might not have wanted to go to war, but the rhetoric was absolutely poisonous and absolutely vitriolic and had primed all of these citizens to get ready to fight. That's why the leaders, I think, were goading each other on so much.
Wait, so are you saying Israel or Egypt or both?
I'm saying everybody wanted to go to war. I think everybody was ready for it. But the interesting thing was that Israel poised itself, actually similar to the 48. I think Israel had poised itself not to want to go to war. All of the Arab states wanted to go to war, but Israel was the only one that was actually ready to go to war. And I think that was like, I think that repeated itself in 48 and in...
Yeah, that's the thing that David guy in this VC wants to disagree with you about. So just one more thing before that.
Yeah, sure.
This is more of an anti-Zionist talking point that I think is true. So on 242, the Security Council resolution, I correct me if I'm wrong, you appealed to the idea that like it doesn't say the occupied territories, it's just occupied territories, and that's Israel's interpretation and narrative about this, and it has some legitimacy in interpretation.
I don't even know who I'm looking at right now.
I think this is the happiest I've ever been in my life.
What did you just say?
I really did the best under the circumstances of a person who hates people and yet had to be amongst them.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Picking up the Duralast brakes I ordered online this morning.
You're all set?
Whoa, that was easy.
Now, I think there is some truth to that. If you look at quotes by the people who wrote it up.
Just as a real quick thing, my full position on this is that at the time they fought really hard for. I think Ben-Ami says for every word in 242 they fought for. I think he says in relation to this, and the reason why is because initially it was going to be to withdraw from the territories from the recent conflict, meaning all of them. Yeah, and he omitted that word. However, in later peace arrangements that were negotiated. I think it was kind of brought up with Egypt, and then I think it was definitely brought up in the Oslo Accords. Israel seemed to agree to reinterpret that as something having to do with the 67 border. So in retrospect, it later on kind of got negotiated back. But initially, 242, like they didn't even recognize Palestinians as a people who wanted a state. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know about that. About that. What I will say is, I've heard the quote. I don't remember where. I could find it if you give me an hour. I think Loaderbox read it on stream.
Bro,
but
this guy is ridiculous. Like, what the fuck? I was trying to, and then he took this when he could have went in that way. I'm so confused.
Who wrote the 242 said, yeah, we were pretty satisfied with how we wrote it. We intentionally omitted the the word "the" from it and blah blah blah. Now that being said, Khalidi in his book the 100-Year War in Gaza, Palestine, I don't remember the book, but Rashid Khalidi, he points out that, and I have a lot to disagree with the guy, but he points out that in the French version, which is equally official, it does say the occupied territories. And Israel said only the English version it will affirm and get treated as binding, even though the French version does say the. So that's very interesting. Now that I don't know how that meshes with the quote of the other guy saying, yeah, we did intentionally omit the from the English version, whatever. So that was it. The last thing before you talk to the David guy is when the topic of Abbas's Holocaust revisionism comes up. You often compare it to Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, just so you know, I'm Israeli.
Fucking get your shit out of my bonus.
I hate the right wing. I'm very much a left wing in Israel. Not like Katie, not insane. Okay.
It's like we're. Bro, what the fuck was that? He just thinks that he can keep me from having a bonus and have his own bonus. You don't just get to have fucking 2 bonuses.
whatever. I'm not okay.
Abbas's is definitely worse, if that's what you're going to argue.
Yes.
about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay,
you.
yeah.
Thank you. So it just feels like a equivocation where, like, Benjamin, like Netanyahu's position is like,
I think Netanyahu
yeah, that's the wrong
grossly-
fact. That's
he-
demonizing, and it's. Go ahead.
I think Netanyahu exaggerates a bit that original Mufti guy saying that he like gave Hitler the ideas for the Holocaust. I don't think that was true, but the early Palestinians were absolutely warm towards Hitler, and that was a really bad maneuver from the Palestinians to be so warm to cast their lot in with Nazi Germany.
Yeah. So before David wants to talk to you about like the Mufti and that, and also about the Israel's like the independence war or Nakba, whatever you want to call it. Now, I just wanted to say, like, yeah, the point is Netanyahu is definitely wrong. He's been pointed out as wrong. He probably knows, but whatever. But Abbas is definitely worse. He wrote a whole doctoral thesis on his Holocaust bullshit revisionism. So just saying, it's not very equivocal. Now, talk to the David guy who wants to talk to you. So thank you. Bye bye.
Wait. The other one unhinged thing is I don't understand how that Ben Giver guy is allowed anywhere near.
The documentary that we're about to watch explores the hot button issues of transgenderism.
What somebody else's truth is might not be my truth.
Gender dysphoria. And gender reassignment surgery.
So seeking the truth is bias?
Do you think this film is going to make some people upset?
Absolutely.
There are more than two genders.
Absolutely not.
No, that's not true. The education system.
they're not.
Oh my gosh. When I have to share my bathroom when I take my granddaughter.
No. Of course it's not okay.
What box do you live in?
I have chicken, I have rooster, it's it.
This isn't Europe.
Somebody paying like this.
It's a man. This is America.
Oh my gosh.
Every quest needs a challenge, and every hero needs a sidekick. Choose NordVPN. It'll defend you against DDoS attacks, block...
Bro, what is this
Any
game?
sort of
No, I agree.
interior
I
mission.
agree.
I
He's a
have
total
never played
menace.
a
He's
game
like, I
versus-
hate him with every fiber of my being. I think
The
he's-
idolizing that
I
grunt
can
shooter
start
is unhinged. I don't even
Yeah,
know what the-
Goldstein, of course.
Yeah,
of course.
yeah. I don't know what the equivalent would even be in the United States. Like a president being elected and then having like the Unabomber's picture or some shit in his house. Like it's just like
Let's
it's
go.
completely unhinged. Yeah, but sorry, good.
No, I agree. Ben Gvir is like probably the worst person in our government, if not.
I think Netanyahu
there
is
are
also
other worse
really,
people.
really, really bad. I think he has been bad.
Yep.
I actually hate that. I used to give him a little bit of credit from 95 to 99 or 98 or whatever when he was elected. Then he's always been in opposition to Palestinian interests.
Again, I think you read this Wikipedia thing. He had coffins when he protested against Robin. What the fuck,
yeah.
right? No, I mean, my dad loves Bibi. Nowadays, he's critical of him because he thinks he like messed up in October 7th, whatever. But my dad is like the biggest. We fight about this all the time, man. I mean, tell me about it. Now, okay, the David guy wants to talk to you about the Palestinian anti-Semitism.
Why is your
at the
wait? Hold on,
time,
I'm so
and-
curious. Firstly, would your dad ever come on and talk? Secondly,
Oh, my dad might. I'll send you an email.
Okay. Also, wait, was your dad ever in the IDF? Like for real, not like the 1 year. bullshit.
Yeah, he was during the Second Lebanon War. But I mean, it's nothing really major.
How old is your dad? When was he born?
He is 50. I don't remember.
Oh my god, he's like a child. Okay, never mind. I thought that's some interesting. I need a 70, 80-year-old guy. Okay. Some guy emailed me before who had a grandfather or a great grandfather, but he didn't want to fucking talk to me.
Yeah, but he said he didn't want to come on.
Yeah, but he was in the Irgun, I think, or whatever. Irgun, how do you pronounce that?
Oh my god.
Yeah, and I was like, oh shit, this would have been it would have been such an amazing conversation to have. But yeah, he said his grandfather, great grandfather wasn't interested. Yeah.
I mean, you might want to talk to right-wing Israelis, but yeah, David wants to talk. I think I'm taking enough time. David wants to talk to you about Husseini, like the Mufti and
want to interrupt me or something.
Go for it.
Sure. So one of the things with like Husseini is, and about like the BB thing, to be clear, I fucking despise BB as well, but the incentives and the demeanor of Haj Amin al-Husseini has been like unhinged, beyond unhinged, since like the beginning of his rule in like the 20s and shit, and like inciting riots. When he actually met with like Adolf Hitler, they had a conversation. What it's about is not necessarily known, but it's been reported widely that he talked about the expansion of the Holocaust and like not wanting any Jews to be like transported to Palestine, but rather, and assuming that, I think it's safe to assume expanding like the death camps. So when he said that like he came up with the death camps, that is absolutely revisionist, because that's not true, because the death camps are already happening. But there is like, it wasn't I just made shit the fuck up kind of thing.
Wait, like you didn't make shit up? Oh, I don't think you made anything.
No, I'm saying like BB didn't just like pull something completely out of his ass.
Oh yeah, no, that's why I'm saying he's probably like exaggerating. Yeah, but okay.
Yeah. Also, one of the things I don't really understand is the why you go back to the argument that like the Palestinians like they kept being used and used as if like it was only them being used and they didn't really have that much autonomy to do things themselves. When like I feel like your analogy of them like being egged on by their friends, but they're still doing like the fucking insane thing that their friends are egging them on to do. Where it's like, I feel like...
Well, because I think if you look at the history of the Palestinians, it's basically them getting fucked by everybody. I think in the early 1900s, they were kind of getting fucked by the British, because the British were, and by the Jews. The Brits and the Brits were allowing Jews to come over. They'd promised them part of that land, and then Jews were buying up all sorts of shit and moving over, and then they started a fight. I think in that big Arab revolt from 36 to 39, the Palestinian Arabs got fucking obliterated by British forces, so that really fucking sucked dick. And then when the Civil War starts and the Nakba happens in 47 to 49, when the War for Independence happens in 48, nobody's thinking about Palestinians. It's a big fucking like land grab. Israel's trying to grab as much land as they can, past the partition agreement, and then all the other countries around are trying to grab land. And then, you know, what happens immediately after?
Like
or go ahead.
That,
what?
I feel like before that, when we look at like the
Good afternoon, guys. How are you all doing?
This is such a weird game.
Welcome to this video about weight loss. Now, I know there's just so many people today all over the world who are trying to lose weight, and I know people who go to like a gym every single day. I know people who do diets every single day, and then they limit themselves, like they don't eat pizzas, they don't eat hamburgers, ice cream, not even like a tiny chocolate. So it's frustrating, yes, doing diets. I have tried that before and I couldn't follow. But guys, I am here to talk to you about an exotic rice method, okay? This exotic rice method led to the discovery of what we know as Purivive. So what Purivive will do to us is actually fix an enzyme in our bodies that is responsible for helping our bodies to lose weight. If you can't lose weight right now, it could be that this enzyme is actually not functioning well. So Purivive needs to fix it. I'll tell you in just a second what this enzyme is, but let me tell you before that.
Let's see if he slams me.
Purivive,
I don't know if he
early
will or not.
like tens and whatnot, and like the early day of like the purchasing. First of all, we agree that like not all the land that was purchased had tenant farmers that were kicked out, right?
Sure, but it doesn't matter. I think it was just seeing the Jewish presence growing and growing in a very Western way, I think was very scary to a lot of the Arabs there.
And also, I don't know what that really meant, like a Western way. I mean, most of these guys are, like,
because when Ben Gurion
and
because when the early Zionists moved there, they viewed the Arabs as inferior. They're like, we're not like these losers. We are very much like Western people. We don't want to be part of like the Middle East. We want to be like a Western style creation that exists in this land. I think they very much saw themselves as better.
In a lot of ways, not like it's not like the Jews were coming with their fucking bags of fortune. Like these were like refugees running from countries where they're getting pogrom. They're not like
careful. There were a lot of refugees, but they literally were coming with bags of fortune. That's how they bought all the fucking land. They had tons of like monetary support from Jews around the world, right?
That part is true with the purchasing of the land, but they like a lot of these people, especially after like the Holocaust and whatnot, like a huge influx of them. Like these guys are coming in with like fucking striped pajamas and like a duffel bag of like whatever they were able to bring with them in hand. They didn't get to like bring their house properties. It wasn't like they saw these like British coming by the boats with like Navy boats like coming to invade. I feel like that's the narrative that's like spun with like the Jewish like colonizers all running there with their billions of dollars and their
I think it was like a
weapons
combination of things, right? Yeah. I mean, like, not everybody went there fully loaded, and they put in a lot of work. But like, I mean, given the Holocaust that happened, and given the fact that it was them against the world, the Jews, I mean, ignoring financial support, they also had a really big incentive to fight. I think during the first two wars, I think the Jewish state was mobilizing 17% of their population to fight in the fucking military. They were able to conscript so many fucking people. And even though the Arabs had more people, they didn't have the formal military training. They didn't have the statesmanship or the political prowess. And they didn't have the unity that the Jewish people had. Jewish people had like unity around the world with other Jewish people. The Arab states were all side-eyeing each other, you know, like with fucking
And
contempt.
I promise you, the fear of the Jewish people was the fear that they had against the population was a lot worse than the other way around, in terms of like seeing Haj Amin al-Husseini when he like the riots that he incited and like meeting with Hitler. Like there was a lot more fear of like at any moment there would be like a complete extermination. And even in like the beginning of the 48 war, like the quotes even were, I don't see how people could ever say that like anything but like at minimum ethnic cleansing was the goal of the 48 war, especially with like where's the fucking quote?
I think you'd have to be pretty nice. I think if the Arab states would have won the 48 war, ethnic cleansing would have been the minimum for sure, and arguably a lot more. Yeah.
Were a war to establish a Jewish state take place, it would lead to
damn it. I tried being nice with this guy, but he just screwed me. Yeah, I was like, he's probably a beginner or something.
A war of extermination and momentous massacre like the Mongolian massacre and Crusades.
Yeah. Who was this quote from?
I know this quote.
This is from the Secretary General of the Arab League.
From the Arab League, that was it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, yeah.
And then with like...
I should have just taken out green when he was low and then gave red the heart and said attack. And then said attack blue. That's what I should have done. That way to get...
I guess I understand your original like European Jews. I mean that's true for 48, but you would agree that first of all you know that nowadays that
I understand what the composition is now, but I'm saying initially they felt like a foreign people.
And even after 48, like with the mass exodus of like
yeah, but it wouldn't matter at that point. They're being absorbed into what the Arabs saw as like a European state, a Western style European state.
Okay. Where was it? Yeah. Oh, and then also, do you think that like the Jewish people were, or the Zionists were winning the war from the beginning in 48, or even 47?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think there was a turning point with the Haganah. I don't remember what it was. I think it was around 47. Was when, for a while, when did the Mufti guy die, or Al Husseini, I should say.
I think he lasted the entire 48 war.
He was participating, right? I think there were times where like villages were being
tipster.
I bet that you, dear viewer, were born in a democratic country, that you're now living in a democratic country, and that you will almost certainly die in a democratic country. Most of us haven't known anything else. To us,
Heart. Heart. And turn.
Us, democracy is normal. People who don't live in democracies are third world. They're strange to us. But, historically speaking, we're not the normal ones. We're the freaks. Most humans in most of history lived under governments other than democracy. So it's a good thing that we aren't most humans living in most of history, right? Democracy is the system that puts us, the people, in charge. It protects our rights and guards us against tyrants. But according to our two books, that's neither what democracy is, nor what it actually does. They are James Burnham's The Machiavellians, Defenders of Freedom, and Hans Hermann Hoppe's Democracy, the God That Failed. Democracy is nothing like what you are taught in school. Let's find out what democracy really is. You can call me Ezekiel. This is The Machiavellians and Democracy, the God That Failed. Let's jump in! What would you do with power? It's a question most people think about, but it's not the most useful question. The far more pertinent question is, how do you get it? This question is at the center of Machiavellianism. If someone is a ruthless politician, willing to do whatever it takes to win, up to and including murder, he would be described as Machiavellian. However useful the term may be, it does Machiavelli dirty. Machiavellianism is not a system of ethics, it's a system of epistemology. Specifically, Machiavellianism is the application of scientific thought to politics. Machiavellians are not political philosophers, but political scientists. They don't make any moral judgments on their findings. They simply describe how politics works and leave it up to you to decide whether that's good or not. A key aspect of Machiavellian thought is the iron law of oligarchy. This is the political reality that all social structures tend towards oligarchy. Oligarchy being the state of a small and ever-shrinking number of people controlling an increasingly disproportionate share of the power. All human social organizations work this way, and no structure can prevent it. If enough supposedly anti-oligarchic measures are implemented to make oligarchy difficult, the oligarchy will instead form around the system, and use the system as a puppet to justify its own rule. It's important to remember that the face of power and the reality of power don't have to be the same. A constitution or royal lineage stating that a certain man is in charge does not actually mean the man is in charge. So how does this affect democracy? It would not be unreasonable to describe democracy as a system that's of the people, by the people, and for the people. A political philosopher may even tell you that this is a noble goal, but the Machiavellian knows something that the political philosopher doesn't. Government of, by, and for the people is impossible. Even in the most radically democratic societies like ancient Athens, a government must be staffed. Any group that staffs a government is, by definition, no longer of the people, but of the ruling class. The ruling class of your society may be weak rulers, they may be limited rulers, but they are rulers nonetheless. Although it's important to note that the staff of the government could very well just be puppets for the actual forces who rule the society. Remember, the reality of power and the face of power are rarely the same. This is core to the structure of all democracies throughout all of history, and it's impossible for it to be otherwise. This means that the distinction between democracy and representative democracy that American conservatives are so fond of highlighting is moot. In reality, all democracies are representative democracies. So if government of and by the people is impossible, is it at least possible to have a government for the people? Absolutely. Democrats may take some comfort in this conclusion, but that would be a mistake, because its implications would disgust them. For by this definition, any government which claims to act for the people, who claims its legitimacy is from the people, is categorically democratic. Let's take a look at an example from history. Napoleon Bonaparte was a quintessential Democrat. Napoleon Bonaparte, the Emperor of France, and later his nephew Napoleon III, hated monarchy. This is odd, since they acted an awful lot like monarchs. Napoleon even married a Habsburg princess, but they hated monarchy all the same. The monarchs hated them too, and for very good reasons. The monarchies of Europe were specifically undemocratic. That's not to say they didn't hold elections. Plenty of European states had elections and parliaments, and in the case of the United Kingdom, a very powerful parliament. But fundamentally, the right to rule did not come from the demos, the people, it came from God. Neither Bonaparte prince made any claims to a divine right to rule. All of their legitimacy came from the people of France, and this was confirmed through the most democratic validation possible, a plebiscite. You know, it's ironic that the highly democratic plebiscite is what's almost always used to subvert democracy and institute dictatorships. Or at least it would be ironic if you weren't a Machiavellian, because a Machiavellian knows that this is a natural phase in the evolution of democracy. In fact, due to the iron law of oligarchy, this Bonapartism, as the Machiavellians call it, is the natural and inevitable conclusion of democracy, the stable state to which democracies are constantly falling. Some of you may protest and say, but aren't those plebiscites rigged? That means democracy is being subverted. Well, some of them are and some of them aren't, but that isn't the point. The point of the Machiavellian definition of democracy is not that you actually have the support of the people, it's only that you claim your legitimacy from them, and not from somewhere else like God. In fact, even though it's harder to know the will of God than the will of the people, you don't see many people insisting that the Habsburgs or Hohenzollerns weren't true monarchies. This line of argument is only seen in democracies, and used by those who don't understand it. All of this explains why Napoleon and the kings of Europe hated each other so much. Even though Napoleon seemed an awful lot like a monarch, he was fundamentally a democrat. His power and legitimacy came from the people of France. The great monarchies of Europe could not tolerate the existence of a large and powerful democratic state like France on their borders. The Napoleonic Wars were inevitable, and only ended when one side, the monarchists, destroyed democracy in Europe. At least until it came back in the vengeful tide of 1848, which, funnily enough, is what created the democratic conditions necessary for the rise of Napoleon III, who was democratically elected twice. So if democracy is such a flawed system, with corrupt elites and even dictators as an inevitable conclusion, why don't the people rise up and overthrow it? Well, if people could overthrow their rulers, there wouldn't be any rulers, now would there? By definition, the ruling class is the group of people who are capable of controlling those below them. But it's important to understand where these elites come from. One way is to be born and bred into leadership. The elite classes always make a proactive effort to groom their children into the next generation of leaders. But over time, elite classes tend to degrade in quality. Meanwhile, from among the people, new and competent leaders will rise up naturally, and try to join the elite classes. An intelligent class of elites will welcome these new leaders, who will reinvigorate the ruling class with new ideas. But a stupid and jealous elite will keep their rivals out. If this happens, revolution becomes possible, because now the conflict is no longer one of rulers versus the people, but of the current elites versus an alliance between potential new elites and the people. That fight is winnable, and its outcome will determine the fate of the society. But it's important to remember that Machiavellians don't say that democracy is a bad system, only that it doesn't work the way most of us were taught. However, Democracy the God That Failed does take the critical approach. It argues that regardless of who they are or where they come from, all democratically elected leaders are incentivized to destroy their own countries. Do note that this does implicitly reject the Machiavellian definition of democracy, and uses the more traditional definition with regular elections and representatives. Anyway, to understand this view, we need to return to our old friend, Austrian economics. In Austrian economics, time preference is the praxeological concept that human decision-making is influenced by how long a man wants to wait before reaping the benefits of his decisions. If you're stuck on a desert island in need of food, and your options are to either quickly construct an inefficient fishing net or slowly build a highly efficient fishing trawler, you will choose to build a net. This is because, even though the net is less efficient, you need the food now. This means that you have a high time preference. You prefer immediate results regardless of whether waiting longer would reap a bigger reward. Influenced by this praxeological concept, Democracy the God That Failed says that civilization can be measured in terms of time preference. If your society has an extremely high time preference, thinking in terms of hours, they're probably a band of marauders or highwaymen, willing to lie, cheat, and steal to get whatever they want, not caring for the long-term negative consequences of their actions. As the society's time preference lowers, they become hunter-gatherers, then settled barbarians who aren't above the occasional raiding, then commerce-oriented cities, then trade empires, and eventually modern capitalists, whose society is entirely built around having a low time preference. Today, venture capitalists invest in projects that won't see results for decades, but they invest anyway, confident in the future. Remember, the word invest means to set aside wealth for later. That can only be done by men with low time preferences. So according to Democracy the God That Failed, if you had to have a government, you should at least pick the one with the lowest time preference possible. Unfortunately, democracy is the form of government with the highest time preferences. Under a dictatorship, the dictator needs to think in terms of his lifespan. If he taxes his nation into poverty in just a few years, he'll become destitute. If he plans on passing down the state to his children, he needs to have an even lower time preference. Dictators are much like the owners of property. Since the state is theirs, they don't want to damage it. That's not to say a dictator will not tax, but he's encouraged to tax at the exact minimum needed to achieve his desired living standard, and then leave the rest in the economy to maximize its growth. This is the opposite of a democratic society, where its leaders are not owners of the state, but renters of it. No democratic leader owns their society, and so has no incentive to think beyond the next election. This is why democratic politicians are so negligent about spending, debt, and inflation. Unlike a king or his heirs, Democrats never have to deal with the consequences of their actions. Even worse, politicians in a democratic society want to maximize their impact during their short terms. So not only do they not care about the long-term consequences of their actions, they're actually incentivized to spend as much money as quickly as possible before their term ends, especially since that will deny their rivals the chance to do the same. This is sort of like defensive eating, but instead of getting fat, you destroy whole nations. In this way, democratic societies create a rat race to the highest time preference. This doesn't just affect the society's leaders, but all members of the society who know that their futures are being printed, spent, and warred away. This is particularly obvious with inflation. Inflationary environments are not just bad for the economy, but for the souls of the people living under it. Inflation punishes long-term thinkers and rewards short-term pleasure seekers. And that's the Machiavellians and Democracy the God That Failed. Don't forget to like this video, leave a comment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the notification bell. And if you'd like to help us make more videos like this one, support us through Patreon, Subscribestar, becoming a channel member, and PayPal, links to all of which can be found below. Up next, we're going to talk about dystopian literature, and why some of its authors are more equal than others. I'll see you then.
United States Postal Service. Built for how you business.
Christians often fall short in a variety of ways when it comes to dealing with culture, when it comes to being in the world but not of the world. And to me, there is a plethora of ways that this gets fumbled, but I think what I want to talk about today is the most egregious one. Okay? And it is the notion, the consideration, the engagement of how we are, as followers of Jesus, to engage with pleasure, with good things, and not allow them to become God things. Now, I got one Bible verse that's not, it's not this extreme, but I do think that the downstream effects of this affect all of us. And so I'm going to be getting into this here. And if you're new here, if you're not new here, hit that subscribe button. This is a new series we're going to try. It's going to be more of a fireside chat, if you will. Okay? Because I think we enjoy making part video, essay, talking head, podcasting, but I think sometimes we just need to just have a conversation. And I think this is a conversation that needs to be had. If I think about my own journey in terms of just allowing God to sanctify different parts of my life, allowing God to sanctify not just my spiritual life, and if I'm going to church, if I'm reading my Bible, which is all extremely important, I talk about often, but if I think about the other areas that surround my life, that I would say are an overflow of how I'm engaging in the scriptures, how I'm engaging in prayer, how I'm engaging with those spiritual disciplines, staying consistent in my prayer journal, staying consistent in other areas. I think from those areas flows out how God then deals and guides me and deals with me in other areas of life. Specifically, how I engage with pleasure, how I engage with dopamine, how I engage with delaying gratification versus enjoying good things but not allowing them to be God things. Okay? And this verse popped up today while I was doing my daily Proverbs. This is Proverbs chapter 25, verse 16. It says, if you find honey, eat just enough, too much of it, and you will vomit. If you find honey, eat just enough, too much of it, and you will vomit. This is a perplexing passage for most Christians, especially if you lean towards a more fundamentalist approach. So here, in context, honey is something you can consume, yet the overconsumption of honey can cause you to vomit, which is clearly in this verse what you don't want to do.
What? Yeah.
Okay? So if you find it, eat just enough, not too much of it, and you will vomit. In Christian circles, we do goofy stuff. We read Jesus' first miracle, and we go, yeah, you know, I know it says that he turned water into wine, and I know that the guy who was hosting the party came out and said that you can get drunk off the wine, basically. People say the worst wine for last because people had too much to drink. So it seems like you can get drunk of it. We see Jesus being accused of being a drunkard. Why? Because he drank wine. But we're just going to say all alcohol is evil. And, you know, wine, even though we know what it is scripturally and historically, wine it's just grape juice. This is me saying someone who doesn't drink wine. I don't drink at all, but I can acknowledge that in the scriptures, there is clear alcohol that can clearly be overconsumed. And here's the deal. Most good things can become God things. It's not just wine. It's also food. It's not just crack cocaine that you're abusing. It's also sex. It's not just, hey, I'm going to bury my talents. It's also being prideful and being puffed up. That often, the prideful and being puffed up is oftentimes from a place of wanting to be faithful, and then you become prideful, you start forgetting what God did, and something that was good, faithful, can become a God thing. Man, oh man, do we fall short in this, and we fumble it, and we miss the mark on this a lot. And what I love about this verse is what this is really getting at, believe it or not, is this is getting at something that we don't like to talk about, which is not abstinence. Oh, just avoid everything. Avoid the world. Avoid your non-Christian friends. Avoid secular media. Avoid secular TV shows. Avoid it all.
I mean, if you are an alcoholic, though, you should just avoid drinking altogether.
That's easy, right? When I was young, I remember when someone would get saved, everybody would get together and they would take all their secular CDs, they'd break them, sometimes they'd burn them, and they'd get rid of all the secular stuff. That's a real simplistic way of dealing with culture and society. Anything that's not of God, you just get rid of it, you throw it away, and if it brings you pleasure, it's bad. This is saying something opposite. This is saying that there are things that God creates, like honey, that are good, and we are to have just enough and not overindulge, not overconsume, not overdo it. Why? Because they will cost us something. They will cost us to vomit. They will cost us discomfort. They will cost us something that we don't need to experience. And so navigating this can be extremely difficult for especially young Christians, more legalistic Christians, more fundamentalist Christians. Navigating this, how do you get just enough and not too much? Because if you get too much, you will vomit. Now, I'm in a place, and I've talked about this before, where I had an amazing physical transformation, where I got onto a program with my coach, JT, the Empty Your Bucket Plan. And right now, I'm putting myself back on phase 1. Had a lot of food during the holidays, got my weight back up to where I wouldn't like it. And so I'm doing something right now, which is phase 1. And phase 1 is very interesting.
Is he going to hit my
and I didn't really understand it until today, maybe yesterday. Phase 1 is glycogen depletion. Now, what is glycogen? Glycogen is what is stored in your body after you consume glucose. Glucose is usually what you're getting from carbs, okay? Most of us are using glucose, which then converts to glycogen, as energy, okay? So you are...
It doesn't make any sense.
What'd you find?
All of these books are under $5 at thriftbooks.com.
Think they're connected?
They do have a suspiciously large selection of murder mystery.
Better look into it.
Consuming carbs, consuming breads, consuming pastas, consuming fruit, consuming things, and that gets converted into glycogen, and then the glycogen is your fuel source. Now, I'm going somewhere with this, so just follow me. Now, what I'm doing right now is to expedite my own fat-burning process. I am depleting my body of glycogen. People think, oh, that's a fad. Oh, that's a you shouldn't do that. It's not good for you, right? So when you're depleting your body of glycogen, what's basically happening is you avoid starchy foods, processed foods, carbs, anything with glucose or fructose. You're depleting your body of it. Some people would say this is what happens when you enter ketosis, right? You deplete your body of glycogen, and what happens is you tap into fat burning faster. It's not the glycogen that's making you fat. It's the overconsumption of food that's making you fat. And so depleting my body of glycogen gets the water weight off really fast, all the fluids stored from carbs, carbohydrate, water weight, right? Carbohydrate, the salts, the sodium. So it's depleting that, and then it gets me into fat burning, getting rid of the fat faster. I don't have that much fat on me, but I want to get into a more elite level of shape. I want to get back under 15% body fat. I'm still within a healthy range, healthy BMI, but I would like to be leaner. And so this is a process that elite athletes use, believe it or not, that bodybuilders use, that people that need to really get lean, they deplete themselves of glycogen, which gets them to burn the fat reserves faster. Your body starts burning fat when you exercise, when you walk, when you strength train. Your body is burning fat instead of the glycogen that it's used to burning. I say all that to say, where I'm at right now, I'm not eating honey. I'm not eating honey. Honey is a good thing to find. I'm not eating just enough. I'm going through a season of abstinence from the good things so that I could have a plan to use the good things to my advantage and not overindulge. I'm going through a season of, let me deplete my body of the honey, which by the way causes glycogen retention and glucose, of all these things. Let me deplete my body of that so that I can then rebuild and use the good thing to get me to my goal, to be a vehicle, to get the glycogen to help me put on muscle. And sometimes we need to take self-inventory and figure out where are we in this process. Are you in a place where you can manage certain things? You can go out, you can go have yummy food, you can go spend money, you can indulge. Or are you in a season right now where maybe you need to scale things back? You can't have too much of it. It's better, you can't control when you have too much of it, so it's better you just don't have anything at all. This is how I am with alcohol, this is how I am with a lot of things, believe it or not. It's just easier for me just to restrain and avoid, not because I think I'm more righteous than you, not because I think I'm more holy than you, not because I think that I'm a better Christian than you, because I know myself, and I know that I'm actually the weaker brother. I know that I'm the one that's going to overindulge and overconsume, right? And so when it comes to food, It's just simpler right now. And now I have a plan. When I get my body back to under 15% body fat, I got a plan on how to start using the glycogen and using just enough, but not too much of it, to be the vehicle to get me to where I want to get to. I think if more of us understood the science around these things, but also understood the impacts on ourselves and our own bodies, knew what we were talking about, knew the season of life we were in, knew our own weaknesses, knew our own shortcomings and pitfalls, I think we could be way more efficient as followers of Jesus. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Chicken, broccoli, bone broth. I had a steak for lunch, shrimp. I feel amazing. The issue becomes,
it's amazing.
Bring it all the way full circle. I think the reason why we struggle with this is we think that something we're doing temporarily. I'm specifically reducing glycogen because I have fat boy tendencies. I'm the weaker brother. You may be not listening to any secular music, or not listening to watching secular TV, or not listening to secular podcasts, or whatever. Fill in the blank. Whatever the thing is for you that this is the issue becomes is when we take our weakness and we project it on everybody else and judge everybody else. In that sense, we have become the older brother in the parable of the prodigal. We become the older brother. We become the religious one. So notice in this entire conversation what I said. We struggle with this because we don't know moderation, and we don't want to learn moderation. We probably don't understand ourselves. We don't know our own triggers. 2, moderation is good, but sometimes abstinence is better. 3, abstinence should not be used to weaponize against other followers of Jesus.
You're supposed to go out
and tell them to make better decisions, and they're bad, and you're good, and you're smart, and you're, right? Oftentimes what people really need is for you to love and lead by example. We see according to the Bible that prayer is extremely important in terms of us being transformed from the inside out.
He must
when
not
we get
understand.
aligned with God's will. For the Christians watching this channel, I want you guys to implement these spiritual disciplines in your day-to-day life. And the only way I've been able to do this consistently is through writing down my prayers in a prayer journal that does a few things. 1, it allows me to reflect and come to God humbly and ask him to move on my behalf. And 2, it allows me to document my prayers, which ultimately help me remember the very things that I was praying for and see the hand of God tangibly in my life when he answers them. So I would urge you, consider writing down your prayers. It could be in a blank notebook. It could even be on your phone. Or you could check out the one I personally designed and used from my own quiet time and spiritual discipline that I think will be a huge blessing. It's the exact structure and system that I've used for years to pray and be more consistent in my spiritual disciplines. You can pick yours up today by clicking the link in the pinned comment below. All right, I'll see you over there. Peace.
Nightlife is full.
I'm trying to tell him to take some of his people out and leave a stack out there. I'm not gonna do this much longer if you... He's too stupid to understand. You're dumb. No more. Oh, you're dumb. You should have fucking figured it out. Now I'm card locked. Now you're card locked because you couldn't figure out. You should have figured it out. Oh, fucking idiot. Less evil facts about Hitler. Join the US
It is safe
Navy.
to say that taking over the world was not a family-run business entirely. His own nephew, William Patrick Hitler, was serving in the United States Navy from 1944 to 1947. If you think that is not awkward enough, before he fled to the US, he blackmailed his uncle for years by threatening to leak embarrassing family stories to the press. When he suspected a trap was set up for him, he fled Germany and eventually obtained US citizenship and joined the Navy afterwards. After the war, William changed his name William Patrick Hitler to William Stewart Houston, although it would have been more fitting to change it to that William who fucked with Hitler. This fucking sucks. This is what happens when you play with retards. Red pillars are wrong. What is this? Marriage is good. I actually agree with that.
Welcome to the Daily Wire Backstage. I'm Jeremy Boring, joined by Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, Andrew Clavin, and Candace Owens. I'm your host. You may not remember me. I've been gone. Many many a moon. It's actually been 1 year, I think, since the last time that I got to do a backstage in my absence. They tried it a few times with the God Prince, Michael Knowles. You can't keep that.
He's your son.
I regret saying it. It didn't go well, so they just canceled the whole damn thing until I got to come back. We're going to do things a little bit different, and by a little bit different, I mean kind of the way we used to do them. I think when the show first got started, it was a really special part of what we did at the Daily Wire. Part of what made the Daily Wire unique was that we could have these conversations once a month, and they would cover whatever was on our minds. Sometimes it was political, sometimes it was philosophical, sometimes we agreed, sometimes we disagreed. And as the show grew, as the company grew, the show became more, a little bit more, I was a DJ and we were doing news, but you guys talk about the news every day. I'm not saying we won't talk about the news, only that I want the occasion of us all coming together to maybe be something a little bit more befitting that occasion and have a little bit more of a long form feel to it. And so hopefully this will be a little bit more like the backstages of yore when Andrew Klavan was, well, already very, very old.
It was just me and Ben yelling at each other, as I remember.
I remember those days.
What's changed?
It was great, yeah.
Actually, the very first ones, you guys agreed all the time. And then came the election of 2016. And that's probably why we turned it into a news show.
Which we're redoing now, by the way. The election
of
2016.
We're just back in the election of 2016.
It's like being in hell. It just keeps coming back again.
It's the Hotel California of election cycles. We are going to take questions from our Daily Wire Plus members. You can submit your questions and have them answered live on the air toward the end of the show. Also, something we're doing a little bit different. Instead of doing members block, we're going to keep the show live for everyone, but we're going to hear exclusively from our Daily Wire Plus members. And, you know, a lot's happened since I was gone. Obviously, my little daughter started using the potty. Drew went to a once-a-week show. Michael launched a cigar brand. It smells delicious. Matt will just continue to devolve into paranoid insanity about extraterrestrials occupying the Earth. Candace had a kid. Like, lots of things have changed. Ben never changes. He's just...
I mean, I am the #1 rapper in America.
I was going out of my way not to
I know you were. I was going to let that just lie.
Dr. Dreidel, sitting right next to me.
It's over. The magic is over, guys. Wow. I am retired from my chosen...
Today, Billboard put out that it was the #1 rap, the #1 selling rap song
and R&B.
And R&B.
Two Billboard #1.
Two Billboard #1.
Because that is my chosen...
And number 16...
I've loved all my life.
And number 16 on the Hot 100. I think legitimately you owe as much to Tim Pool as...
Oh, for sure.
As to Tom McDonald. I mean, it's been
well, to be fair to Tom, I mean, Tom put the whole thing together.
But it's been Pool's dream from day one to see anyone on the right chart. And I feel like he had his best week, even though it wasn't his song. I had my worst week because Tim tried this a month ago with Smokey Mike and the God King song, and we did not chart.
Yet.
Well, I mean, that's because you guys played actual music, whereas I talked into a camera briefly.
Yeah.
And yeah.
It's a yarmulke, homie, no cap. It's a great line. And you live with your parents, I make stacks on compound
interest.
interest.
So here's the reality behind this particular story. The compound interest line, I absolutely insisted on being in the song.
It's great.
I said I'm not going to even be in this unless I get to drop compound. Originally, my original lyric had EBITDA in there as well. And Tom was like, no, it's too much.
Did you write your section? I mean, is that your content?
It's a collab. So I did write the compound interest line. The dog, it's a yarmulke, homie, no cap was Tom.
Really?
Yes.
That's a good line.
Which is a great
it's
line.
A good line.
Who came up with Dr. Dreidel? Because I thought that was so funny. I texted you to say how funny it was, walked out of my office and fell down a flight of stairs. Absolutely true. I did.
You barely survived.
I barely survived, yeah. I was
Death can't take this, man.
No. You know, if you want to know what I look like falling down a flight of stairs, true, go on YouTube and type in fell down a flight of stairs to his death, and an animation will come up showing exactly what I look like. But that was right after I texted you how funny I thought that was.
I mean, there were a bunch of them, right? I mean, there was
But
Judah Chris, Two Live
Was
Jew.
Dr. Dreidel terrible quality memes?
Since I'm this far behind, I have to
Grammarly's 5 tips for writing a professional email.
Email writing is super important.
This video is brought to you by BetterHelp. Guys, do you ever feel like there's really not enough hours in the day? Because no matter how much I jam-pack my life with pointless Twitter exchanges or making sure that I keep up with all the most recent philosophy books or exercising so that I can stay in shape, I always feel like I'm falling further and further behind. And every Instagram life coach and LinkedIn tech bro seems to have big ideas on how I can optimize my life. And honestly, nothing has ever seemed to work. I'm chasing a sort of productivity rainbow, and the pot of gold is just always out of reach. You know, there's never enough time.
Oh, there's no time.
No time! There's never any time!
So either the productivity leprechauns are messing with me, or something much less whimsical is going on. We're more technologically advanced than ever, so shouldn't we have more time and not less? Who profits when we optimize ourselves into oblivion? What is the cost of this relentless pursuit to become, and I'll say it, better, faster, stronger? Well, hey, let's find out in this video on why there's no time to be human. But before we go on, I want to stop and thank this video sponsor, BetterHelp. Now, if you've experienced anxiety, depression, or just kind of felt overwhelmed lately, BetterHelp is a resource that can help you feel better. And I've talked about this before. I'm someone that struggles with depression and with ADHD, and having a therapist and someone to talk to has been really, really helpful for me. And I think it's really something you gotta do if you're feeling any of those things. BetterHelp's network of more than 30,000 therapists are ready to listen to and help you. After you take a brief questionnaire, you'll be matched with a therapist whose expertise fits your needs. And thanks to BetterHelp's remote model, you can work with a therapist whose skills might not otherwise be available in your area. You can message your therapist at any time, and you're going to receive timely and thoughtful responses. Plus, you can schedule your choice of BetterHelp by visiting betterhelp.com/widescreen, or you can just click the link in the video description. When you do, you're going to get 10% off your first month. It's betterhelp.com/wisecrack. Now, let's get back to the show. Now, according to my old pal Merriam-Webster, optimization is an act, process, or methodology of making something as fully perfect, functional, or effective as possible. And in the case of self-optimization, that something is you. So where does our obsession with optimization come from? Well, in the early 20th century, German sociologist Max Weber noted that the Protestant work ethic transformed being productive into a moral and spiritual ideal. In essence, the grind is close to godliness, and lazy people can go lounge on their couches in hell. Shout it out in the comments if you think hell is real, and tell us what you think it will be like, and also if I'm going there. Now, this explains why we might feel guilty asking for a week of vacation time.
And
Over
it's
the last
just
century,
the absence of God.
a variety of factors converged to make us fixated on unlimited growth and personal improvement. First off, the Industrial Revolution gave working people the opportunity to eke their way up the economic ladder. Simultaneously, people shifted from finding meaning in religion to looking for it in factories and offices. After World War II, the self-improvement industry exploded, And psychologists shifted from treating severe conditions like PTSD to what Andreas Reckwitz calls the improvement of what is mediocre. And by mediocre, I mean anxiety, depression, and my fear sometimes that my coworkers think that I'm lazy. Now, flash forward to the 90s, which gave us both flannel shirts and flexible capitalism, which is the idea that workers could be free agents who sold their services to the highest bidder, all while companies wouldn't have to worry about overheads, you know, stuff like health insurance. The field of computer science was also on the rise, and with it, optimization as a term entered the cultural zeitgeist, which makes sense considering it's the practice of trying to become more and more like a computer. Speaking of people becoming computers, shout out to anyone who's watching this video on the new Apple goggle. And also, whoa! I'm sorry, but I just wanted to see if I could knock you over. The new grind set wouldn't have been possible without the internet, which gave workers the opportunity to work from anywhere, which incidentally allowed work to invade our homes. Leave a comment and let me know if your dining table is also your office. Also, I know that people like to say that working from home is good, but you ever think about how when you work from home, it feels like you're free, but really your office is now just encroached your living space, in a space that used to be for privacy, for relationships, for love, for happiness, for doing it, is now a space where you have to work. And then you wake up in the middle of the night, you see that chair, and you think, that is my work chair. I am at work, and I'm in my underwear. Now, this destroyed the barrier between public and private life. Whereas before, the focus of optimization was on work performance, now the focus of optimization is on every aspect of our existence. Quick note, if you dig learning about the history of work, productivity, optimization, you can check out these past videos for a deeper dive. Find out why is optimization. Did you get all that? No? Okay, you can just go watch them one by one after this. I just wanted to save you some time. And hey, if you do like watching our videos, 1 or 4 at a time, consider checking out our Patreon. There's a link in the description. We give you all the videos early with no ads. We have a lot of extra content, Discord server, and of course, it's the best way for you to directly support us and make us less dependent on algorithms and advertising and economic structures that we don't understand. So there's a link in the description. Check it out. Thank you so much.
So this is your first time buying a home?
Yeah, this is first time doing any of this.
Everything is in the email I sent you the other day.
The email?
And if you haven't looked at it yet, let's go through it together.
Expertise. Just one of the many ways an agent who's a realtor works for...
Today, being productive has become a moral virtue. As workplace strategist Melissa Gregg points out, it's productivity at the core of a framework for ethical living through work that exceeds any singular cultural or religious belief system. And optimization is everywhere. You know, a lot of us listen to our podcast at 2 times speed. We have 3 monitors on our desk. We're convinced that we can multitask, even though experts say that it's impossible. There's infinite Instagram and TikTok accounts that make us feel...
Well, it depends on what you mean by multitask.
Guilty for not accomplishing more, promising that the secret to productivity is to hang your goals in the shower so you can see them every day.
Because if you can't focus on 2 things at once, but you can switch your focus on and off of 2 different things.
No matter what we do, no matter what I do, it never feels like enough. Because self-optimization isn't about becoming a better person. It's about making your hard work pay off by bringing your life added value. And this value isn't centered around eating more greens, or getting more sleep, or reading poetry, or thinking introspectively about your ethical obligations to your community. Rather, it's centered around being more successful than your online friends. And at least for this guy, that doesn't feel great. And I do feel taunted by my ever-growing to-do list, both the one I wrote in the journal that I start every year that I abandon, in my notes app, and in the emails I write myself in the middle of the night that then get buried by ads and other stuff. And every day, I'm trying to catch up. You know, I read while I'm exercising. I send emails while I'm eating my breakfast. I take my first meeting while I'm in the bathroom. But before I can flush and wipe, I'm already behind. That wasn't a pun, but I guess behind, because if I'm... Now, we always feel like we could be doing more.
Are they going to bot out? And if they do, hopefully Black doesn't... I mean, not Black. No, they're not going to bot out. Oh. Beautiful. Exactly what I wanted to happen. Is he gonna do what I hope he's gonna do? Like this, go all the way, go boom. And then I'll go, sorry, I need to attack your territory. Nope. He's not smart enough. I am the top. I'm at the top.
We stop
right now.
questioning whether there's too much on our plate and focus on how to manage it all as efficiently as possible. And when we can't, we don't blame the institutions or societal forces that make us so busy. Instead, we sometimes just blame ourselves. And ironically, a lot of optimization tactics, stuff like Tim Ferriss's 4-hour work week, aren't magical methods of self-mastery, but involve outsourcing your busy work to underpaid laborers in countries like the Philippines. Just a tiny bit of workplace economic colonial exploitation to biohack your way to happiness or something. Studies have even found that privileged folks are better equipped to manage and outsource productivity than people in the lower class. Because shockingly, it's true that time is money, And these people with all the money can just use all the money to buy all the time.
For a few to be immortal, many must die.
So that said, what are the economics of optimization and how did time become such a precious commodity? Well, we can't talk about optimization without discussing the wider social context under which it operates. Specifically, in a capitalist system predicated on unadulterated growth and the accumulation of capital. And how do you do that most productively? Optimization, or the process of fine-tuning how to make more capital faster. On a large scale, this means companies' success depends on the economic productivity of their workers, which is how you get leadership like Wayfair's CEO telling their employees they need to work harder so the company can earn more money, and then waiting for the holidays to pass and then laying a bunch of those people off. It's no longer enough to just be good at your job and a fun hang in the break room, or a good sharer of memes on Slack. In this hyper-competitive, globalized economy, we have to become faster, smarter, and more creative while enjoying fewer protections and feeling increasingly disposable. For those of us in the States, losing our job doesn't just mean losing income or self-worth. It means we also lose health insurance for ourselves and our families. It's a great system we got. As an added insult to all this injury, we also have to be nicer now that anyone can call you out with a 1-star review or write hurtful YouTube comments that don't bother you at all. Listen, that was a joke, and most of them don't bother me, but once someone said one that hurt my feelings, and I showed it to my wife, and my wife pointed out that the username was like hamster penis 42069, and all I had to do was Google how big is a hamster penis to feel way better. So next time you're feeling down, just Google how big is a hamster penis. Now, if this all doesn't feel sustainable, you're right, because we're not machines. Or at least I thought that we weren't machines, because according to tech entrepreneur Serge Faget, we are complex robots. Robots can be tuned and improved. In the Industrial Revolution, artisans turned factory workers were constantly compared to the enormous machines they operated. And today, we get to be compared to Alexa. But here's the thing, we're not robots, except for the guy that's wearing his Apple goggles while his cartoon toy truck drives for him. That guy kind of is. But
Are you Zillow-ing mansions with bowling alleys again?
No. Yes.
Well, here's the thing.
Zillowing doesn't just mean looking at houses.
Now you can Zillow an agent.
Trish.
Or
Marcus.
Or
Ari.
Nothing gets past Ari. So when you're 58 open houses deep and can't go on, you don't have to do it alone. Because now Zillow means everything from search to agents to getting home.
Ethan, the world's coming after you. So what happens now? Your mission.
It's impossible.
Hello?
Showtime.
No. Are you home, or are you,
Light the fuse.
Oh. Alright. Okay. I'll maybe he texted me. I'll check. Yep. Alright, love you too. Bye.
But when we're expected to operate like robots, we're conditioned to be okay being treated less like humans. Conventional wisdom suggests that the secret to winning our lives back is to work smarter, not harder, as if becoming a better worker is simply a matter of willpower. We have the tools to make our jobs better and more efficient. We just have to harness them. But all of these Slack pings and meetings and email scheduling conveniently distract us from the structural conditions that led us to work this much in the first place. So, if you're falling behind at the office, it's up to you to figure out how to manage your time, not to question why the superiors think that you should be able to do 10 people's jobs, including their own. We blame ourselves for our failures instead of the systems that set us up to fail. Vanessa Ciccone put it best. No longer is it a matter of doing less, it is simply about managing it all better. By encouraging us to look inward, optimization distracts us from when and why it became necessary for work to invade our personal lives. It encourages us to ignore work-life boundaries and make our personal time as productive as possible. We're becoming the Wayfair CEO of our own lives, beating ourselves up for not getting more done. And we're incentivized to do this. Studies show we increasingly derive pleasure and satisfaction from productivity. I can assure you, I was not questioned in that study because I would have said something different. While there's nothing inherently wrong with being productive, much like eating sugar, if you're never satiated and the withdrawal makes you cranky, you're probably addicted. Fortunately, there is a market-oriented solution to soothe your productivity anxiety. When you feel ashamed for not being productive at work, you can alleviate those feelings by being more productive at home. Sure, productivity may turn us into sleep-deprived head cases, but baby, at least we're getting a lot of done. As Andrew Wilkinson pointed out, most successful people are just a walking anxiety disorder, harnessed for productivity. Our need to produce means every minute of the day, not just those spent on the clock, are quantified as productive and non-productive. Let's say taking a walk, not productive. Taking a walk while listening to a podcast about how to harness your secret potential and overcome burnout, productive. Watching a TV show after a long day's work, not productive. Reading an article on your phone about how non-productive time is actually conducive to increased productivity later, productive. And even when we do rest, we justify it by convincing ourselves that it'll ultimately make us more productive. You know, there's all these articles about like, oh, if you take a nap at the right time during your workday, then you get up, you'll work harder. And this is all pretty depressing. We feel guilty for spending time with friends and family, dancing, painting, studying philosophy, or giving the Sopranos rewatch our full attention because, well, there's no economic reward for doing so. Unless you're one of those influencers who's figured out how to monetize all of these non-economic activities into bankable content, in which case, congrats, and also, are you okay? Our quest for self-optimization and self-improvement has no end. Cedarstrom and Spicer observed, in a consumerist society, we are not meant to buy one pair of jeans and then be satisfied. Same goes for our careers, our bodies, even our souls. No matter how much time and money we invest in our 401k or our abs, the work is never done. We are always in need of an upgrade. And no matter how much progress we make, no matter how many times we take a wellness workshop or stay at work late, it's never enough. We're never living completely in the moment because we're thinking about the next item on our to-do list. The end result is that we feel like our lives are racing by with, as psychologist Sven Brinkman puts it, scant regard for the content or the meaning of what we are doing. Now, there's a political upside in keeping us chasing after the optimization carrot, because when we don't have time to stop and think, not only do we not question unfair occupational expectations, we also don't have time to confront the bigger issues that drive us to be productive in the first place. Our pursuit of optimization encourages us to make the best of our 60-hour work weeks rather than challenging whether that system is right or even sustainable. But what would happen if we did have it? Well, consider what happened when our society had what felt like too much, even unlimited time during the pandemic. Not to mention that we also got government supplemented health care, and they sent checks to our houses with money in them. But during the COVID lockdown, there was a surge in Black Lives Matter protests and political activity. Why? Probably at least in part because people had a minute to stop and think and analyze and critique something other than their own sleep hygiene.
I mean, it was
For once,
a bunch of Yo, what's up, dog? Not much, just streaming. What are you doing? I said just streaming. What are you doing? What? Alright. It was chilly down here.
Time wasn't about productivity. It was about interrogating our culture and ourselves. We had a minute to stop and observe what was going on in the world, then to go outside and congregate and make our angst known. But then the world rebooted, and now we're all right back on the productivity hamster wheel.
Spectrum Business is made to work the way small business works. Made to deliver award-winning security technology.
It's hard not to feel stuck. But can anything short of a once-in-a-generation plague successfully rescue us? To answer that, we're gonna have to acknowledge just how deep the problem goes. According to philosopher Byung-Chul Han, the culture of optimization is even more insidious than it might seem, as it tricks us into thinking we're freely developing ourselves while we're unconsciously giving more of our lives over to labor. He writes that neoliberalism represents a highly efficient, indeed an intelligent system for exploiting freedom. While we might feel like we're freely expressing as we optimize our lives, we're more like the host of an economic parasite that's using us to achieve its own ends. Sorry for making you feel like you have a parasite inside of you. You know, that's nightmare stuff right there. But at least know that it's only a metaphoric economic parasite and not a bug that lives inside of you. Han goes on to write that individual freedom amounts to servitude inasmuch as capital lays hold of it and uses it for its own propagation. Another one of the evil efficiencies of this parasitic drive is that, as Han sees it, people who fail in the neoliberal achievement society see themselves as responsible for their lot and feel shame instead of questioning society or the system. Which is why it's easier for us to look at our unrealized goals and feel stupid and lazy than it is for us to step back and consider whether what seems like an issue of personal morality is actually systemic exploitation. While we're told that optimization is about making us happy,
All right, there we go. think you're the shit, bitch. You ain't even the fart.
More efficient and more successful, all of that self-directed labor ultimately serves an inhuman economic system. As Hahn writes, the neoliberal imperative of self-optimization serves only to promote perfect functioning within the system. And this directly contradicts the quasi-spiritual narrative by which we are becoming better people via optimization. He explains it is not concern for the good life that drives self-optimization. Rather, self-optimization follows from systemic constraint, from the logic of quantifying success on the market. And friends, it's not just that this sucks. It's also having devastating effects on our psyches, leading more and more of us to seek out cures for exhaustion, burnout, and depression. Post your cure for those things in the comments. Hahn writes that perpetual self-optimization, which coincides point for point with the optimization of the system, is proving destructive. It is leading to mental collapse. Self-optimization, it turns out, amounts to total self-exploitation. In case you thought right now I was about to get real positive with it, now sadly the bad news does not stop there. As this
I don't
drive
think
for
so. She gotta
optimization is
work.
also having an effect on our very experience of time. German sociologist Hartmut Rosa has written about this phenomenon, and in an interview said that whether or not we feel that we are short on time depends on the relationship between the time we have at our hands and the time we would need to fulfill our to-do list. Now, the problem of our society is that there is an ever-increasing mismatch between the two. In order to do all the things we must do or want to do properly,
because I'm in the middle of a game,
48 hours or so per day. Hence, we are always short on time, and we feel that time is running fast.
Love you, dog.
But aside from just feeling like there's never enough time, Rosa thinks this acceleration can damage our subjectivity. Because when we're constantly moving on to the next thing, trying to cram as much into every waking moment as possible, we don't have time to reflect on our lives and experiences. This makes us feel disconnected from ourselves. Rosa says that in late modern lives, we lose the capacity to appropriate our experiences. We do many, many things, but they do not really touch or affect us. At the end of the day, we have forgotten them. This is part of what I call alienation, because most of what we do does not leave any traces in our memory, biography, or identity. In this sort of alienation, we're detached from our own experiences, our own lives. It's that feeling of having a major breakthrough in therapy only to immediately race back to your computer to catch up on emails, and any emotional insights feel lost to the acceleration of time. And while Rosa doesn't think this problem can really be solved under our current economic situation, he's not without some hope, arguing that I am convinced that we will never get out of the acceleration cycle as long as we leave the economy unchanged. Markets and competition, in my view, need to be re-embedded in our social and cultural way of life, not the other way around. Hence, they need to be severely restricted through new forms of economic democracy. And you could check out his work if you want to learn more about this. One of his basic ideas for a solution here is a universal basic income. He also thinks we can fight alienation by seeking out its opposite, what he calls resonance in our relationships. This looks like moments when we are freely moved and connected, but also capable of reaching out and connecting ourselves. This is a way of relating to others that has nothing to do with acceleration and optimization, and everything to do with taking time to connect.
He just said that he is going to head to Whitehall.
But even this still involves systemic change, as according to Rosa, we can only make our world more resonant and less alienating when we change our own attitude, but also the structures of our social and economic world. A world that has time for resonance is a world in which we can more deeply empathize with the struggles going on all around us. It creates the sort of time which might also allow us to see that our infinite drive for self-optimization is actually a destructive drive towards self-exploitation, one that serves a system that has little regard for our inner emotional lives. And maybe, just maybe, this sort of time could allow us to collectively work towards dismantling a system that turns us into self-optimizing robot wannabes, and instead build a world that creates time and space for self-actualizing and resonating human beings to find value in things that can't be measured by the market. In the meantime, be honest with us and let us know at what speed you watched this video, how many other tabs you had open, and how many times you looked at your phone. And to be clear, no judgment. It's not your fault, it's the system, man. But hey, what do you guys think? Is self-optimization just forced exploitation in the guise of self-help? Can we still learn things from our favorite hustle influencers?
Well, the interview's over.
We want to know what is a woman?
Please. Start the cameras.
The documentary that we're about to watch explores the hot-button issues of transgenderism.
What somebody else's truth is might not be my truth.
Gender dysphoria. And gender reassignment surgery.
So seeking the truth is bias?
Do you think this film is going to make some people upset?
Absolutely. There are more than two genders. Absolutely not. No, that's not true. The education No, system. they're not. Oh my gosh. When I have to share my bathroom, when I...
Bro, what was that? What was that? I guess send him a heart? That was terrible. Whatever he just did. He probably...
The actors are comedians, though they are who I've been focusing on. Musicians, journalists, anybody who operated in or around Hollywood, anybody who had a public platform was expected to come out against Trump in the most deranged possible terms. Again, a lot of this stuff has been lost to time, but some of it is still archived. Like, for example, this article from October 2016. I named my dog Donald Trump so it would feel good when I beat him. Or in December of 2017.
What the fuck? That's fucked up.
Donald Trump is guilty. The only remaining question is what he's guilty of. Or in June of 2018, Bill Maher calling for a recession so that Trump will lose the 2020 election. 2016 through 2019 was an era where public figures constantly had their foot in their mouth. Everyone was climbing over each other to virtue signal how they hated Trump. Careers were made being the first reply guy under Trump's latest tweet. A few years ago, I did a video analyzing people getting assaulted in public for wearing MAGA hats. And what I'm talking about today is an extension of that phenomenon. Remember, this was all before the election denial stuff. In 2016, Trump was simply a blowhard who made edgy comments that leftoids didn't like. The amount of visceral, irrational hatred he or anybody connected to him received was fucking insane. But it's not 2016 through 2019 anymore. There are now actual reasons to think Trump is bad besides not liking his locker room talk. Don't get me wrong, celebrities are still fucking unhinged too, though. Some of the most recent celebrity nonsense consisted of Will Wheaton losing his goddamn mind and freaking out on social media over the on-screen abuse of Elmo, a puppet that Will seems to believe is an actual human, and Kristen Stewart going full butch in Rolling Stone, trying to grab some of that Demi Lovato fake non-binary cred, while everyone reporting on it is desperately trying to spin the narrative that rightoids are afraid of her or angry at her, when it's pretty clear that everyone's just laughing at her. For celebrities like this, people who were once known for doing something, but no longer do anything, attention is what keeps their career going. If they've got no actual projects going on, hitting a front page headline will give them enough eyeballs to get through the next few months. You never want to be the celebrity that's been out of the public eye for so long they have to make a comeback. But I do think that some of the rightoids are starting to become unhinged on the celebrity topic as well. Taylor Swift is a great example of what I mean. Taylor Swift is obviously left-leaning. I know, guys, I know she used to post on 4chan. A lot of celebrities have posted on 4chan.
What? She used to post on 4chan?
That doesn't mean anything anymore. For a while, people thought Taylor Swift might have been an alt-right Aryan queen. At least that's what Vice called her. In normal human speak, that means center-right. But it wasn't true. Remember there was that one TikTok where Taylor Swift was talking about coming out publicly against the right wing? And how those around her were saying that it would hurt her career, and she replied, "I don't care"? And then, of course, there was her actual tweet back in 2020, where she told Trump, after stoking the fires of white supremacy and racism your entire presidency, you have the nerve to feign moral superiority before threatening violence? When the looting starts, the shooting starts, we will vote you out in November. Yeah, guys, she's a lefty. I don't actually care about any of the news surrounding Taylor Swift right now, with the Super Bowl or whoever it is she's dating or whatever else. Who's surprised by that take? But what the hell is going on with the Taylor Swift psyop shit? You must have at least heard about this nonsense, right? Where Biden's anti-Trump battle plan for 2024 involves Taylor Swift somehow? Why is anyone floating the idea that Taylor Swift should be Biden's vice president? I mean, yeah, I get it. Taylor Swift is ridiculously popular right now, and celebrity endorsements from somebody as big as her could shift the election. God help us. But endorsements aren't the same thing as getting on the ticket. And yet, this is something the media keeps hyping up, like Trump is running against Taylor Swift or something. I don't know if it's actually true that Trump is privately grumbling that she's more popular than him. I wouldn't put it past him. But why? Why is this a thing in the first place? And why are the rightoids leaning into it? Are you paying attention, Anon? Yeah, Taylor Swift is holding up some Biden cookies. That's kind of weird. What should I be noticing here? This one's from End Wokeness on Twitter. What's happening with Taylor Swift is not organic and natural. It's an op. We all feel it. We all know it. What are you fucking talking about, bro? There's been mega popular celebrities before. Are you seriously so conspiracy-brained after drawing connections and noticing and concluding for years, taking L's all the while, that you actually think Taylor Swift's popularity is a psyop against the right? The answer to this is yes. Yes, they do actually think that.
Taylor Swift's the biggest star in the world. Sorry, Gutfeld. She's been blanketed across the sports media entertainment atmosphere. The New York Times just speculated she's a lesbian. And last year's tour broke Ticketmaster. A tour that's revenue tops the GDP of 50 countries. I mean, I like her music, she's all right, but I mean, have you ever wondered why or how she blew up like this? Well, around 4 years ago, the Pentagon's Psychological Operations Unit floated in turning Taylor Swift into an asset during a NATO meeting. What kind of asset? A PSYOP for combating online misinformation. Listen.
You came in here wanting to understand how you just go out there and counter that information operation. Well, the idea is that social influence can help encourage or promote behavior change, so potentially as like a peaceful information operation. I include Taylor Swift in here because she's, she's a fairly influential online person. I don't know if you've heard of her.
Yeah, that's real. The Pentagon PSYOP unit pitched NATO on turning Taylor Swift into an asset.
Here's the conspiracy theory laid out by everyone's famous schizo-rightoid, Laura Loomer. Has Taylor Swift made a deal with George Soros to get the rights to her music back in exchange for getting Zoomers registered to vote Democrat against President Trump ahead of the 2024 presidential election? Gen Z plus Taylor Swift equals Gavin Newsom in the White House. The only way Gavin Newsom gets to the White House is if people with influence start normalizing his radical policies, like vaccine mandates and late-term abortion. He is 100% backed by George Soros, and he is the nephew of Nancy Pelosi. In his old age, George Soros has turned his political empire over to his son, Alex Soros. Last week, Taylor Swift registered over 40,000 voters with a single Instagram post, and most of them were Zoomers. She has decided to engage in an anti-Trump tirade in which she is using her platform to make abortion and fear-mongering about divisiveness the #1 issue to get
Bro,
people
White's just so bad that he probably thinks that we're like teaming on him.
registered to vote. She has more followers than President Trump has on both X and Instagram. And now she's dating a pro athlete who just signed with Pfizer to push the COVID vaccines to millions of sports fans and Zoomers. He embraces anti-American values because he kneeled for the national anthem in 2017. Taylor Swift also just launched a world tour, and after she travels the world this year, she's coming back to the US right before the US elections for what looks like to be her version of an October surprise. She's spending 3 days in Miami, Florida in the last week of October 2024, where she will likely make a big push to get people to the polls. Florida is the largest swing state in the nation, and also happens to be where Ron DeSantis signed a 6-week abortion ban. Do you think that in their efforts to beat Donald Trump in 2024 and destroy America, that George Soros and Alex Soros would have made a deal with Taylor Swift to help give her back the rights to all of her albums as long as she helps Democrats get elected in 2024? Were deals made between the Soros family and Taylor Swift in a presidential election year? This is fucking unhinged, guys. You can't possibly believe this nonsense. I mean, the conspiracy theory is a few months old. It's not Gavin Newsom, it's Biden again. Nonetheless, you can look up the whole Taylor Swift doesn't own her own music controversy, and you'll find it has nothing to do with George Soros, and you don't need that to explain why Taylor Swift is supporting the Democrats in 2024. She supports them because she's left-leaning. It's as simple as that. Laura Loomer thinks that Taylor Swift is being activated by the media and the Democrats to interfere in the election. Listen, as vapid as they are, a celebrity offering an endorsement isn't interference, dude. We all got fed up with celebrities when they sung John Lennon at us during COVID from the comfort of their mansions while people lost their livelihoods during lockdowns. We all remember back in 2016 when celebrities made a dumb fuck advertisement targeted at the electors who were bound to vote for Donald Trump at the convention, where they urged them to become faithless electors, go against the democratic will of the people, and switch their tally to Trump. These people do believe themselves to be an elite class who have a duty to lead the plebs, when in actuality they entertain the plebs in exchange for money, and they get really angry when they're put in their place. A big reason why they were so incensed at Ricky Gervais telling them off to their face at the Golden Globes.
Oh.
However, people like Laura
Perfect.
Loomer need to
I
realize
win.
that just because celebrities can influence things, as annoying as that doesn't mean that it's a fucking deep state gay op against Trump. Not everything is a conspiracy. Sometimes people just don't fucking like you. I'll make one final observation about celebrities before I put this one to bed, because I'm done with this nonsense. At this point, I'm just squeezing every bit of celebrity news into this video, so I don't have to come back and cover any of this fucking garbage again. Apparently, somebody named Ice Spice was at the Super Bowl with Taylor Swift. I have no idea who this bitch is, so I decided to look her up. And apparently her big new song right now is called Think You the Shit Fart. Yeah, that's the whole thing, complete with a capital U for the U. Just listen to this garbage.
Think you the shit, bitch? What? You not even the fuck. God, I be going hard. I'm breaking their hearts. Like, what? Bitches be quick, but I'm quicker. Bitches be thick, but I'm thicker. She could be rich, but I'm richer. Damn.
Okay, if there are any Zoomers who watch me, I need to know. What the fuck is wrong with your generation? Why are you guys creating and listening to this music? Yeah, it's vulgar and tasteless. That doesn't really bother me. Baby Got Back from 1992 was vulgar and tasteless, but it was at least music. This sounds like the bitch is feeding the sounds of her fat ass into the fucking synthesizer. Like, between this performance and Madonna's weird spacesuit, it seems like today's pop music is actually what was made when older TV shows wanted to predict what the future would look and sound like. You know, with all synthesized, terrible music and ridiculous clothing. The only reason I can even think of as to why this Ice Spice person is popular is because she has fucking Down syndrome, and she's being pushed as a diversity hire.
Because she has Down syndrome?
Or some shit. Because she certainly looks and sounds the part. You know what? Thank you, Scarlett Johansson. Actors should actually stick to acting and stop making political statements. Celebrities aren't thought leaders. They're not elites, true. Even if they do make a lot of money. You are entertainment.
Yeah, that was terrible.
You dance for us. If we like what you do, we'll throw a few shekels your way. If not,
shekels. We'll ooh. I wonder what he means by that.
The stage. But we're the ones with the power here, not you. And I'm tired of being moralized at by people who have enough money to live in their quiet, clean, gated communities, entirely insulated by the negative effects of the policies they publicly promote. These are not good people. They're not superior. They don't deserve a place at the head of society. They're just rich. All right, my friends, that about does it for me. I fucking hate celebrities, dude.
All right, I'll be right back. All right. Home. Lemon party? Ew. Vosh situation gets darker. Let's see this. I don't know how it can get darker than watching lolly porn with horses fucking kids.
Non-stop.
Is he actually watching real CP?
No money. Taco Bell was like the one place where you could act.
But just in general, like if I want to call
And wanting to be the horse.
you a fat guy,
That's
I'm gonna call you a
weird.
fat guy.
Wait, strike better?
What? He put a gecko on his you know what? You are a fucking
He put a gecko on his what?
sick person, and you need to be banned at the very least. Hey buddy, that's still bestiality, just so you know. So it's with an adult when you're underage benefits. This video was taken from a stream that I did a few nights ago, so if you ever see me live, hop in and say hello. Also, subscribe to this channel. This is where I'm posting all of the stream clips and highlights. There's a bunch of good stuff on there already for you to check out, but yeah, onto the video. Alright, so as you guys know, Vosh, he got exposed for having some cheese pizza on his hard drive and some horse. I don't know, I mean, I could probably say more because we're on stream, but yeah, this fucking guy is a weird as fuck. He likes horses and little anime girls, and he responded to people who were criticizing him for being a pervert, and it's not a great response. Hopefully he's going to fucking jail.
Surprise, surprise, he accuses me of clip chimping.
What is clip chimping?
For those of you who don't know, Ethan Klein and his friends over in the H3 pod dedicated about 2 hours of the podcast to doing like the platonic ideal of a bad faith Vosh is a pedophile takedown, including
you are
like everything like 5 years ago, like stuff that's been addressed so long that I mean I didn't see it. I saw people in my Discord.
This motherfucker
already
sit there.
I could not believe this.
Yeah, Ethan Klein is looking healthier than usual, which is good because in this situation, when you're just battling against people who are dysgenic porn addicts, one thing you can do to automatically give you the upper hand is just like present better than the other person. If you look healthier in a conversation like this, I think that kind of goes a long way. Like if you come across as less of a fat, greasy porn addict than the other guy, it does kind of give you an upper hand, I think. But basically this guy right here, this greaseball, he's complaining that like they're taking old clips of him that have already been addressed. But unfortunately, with how this stuff works, when old clips resurface and they're brought to light and they gain an entire new wave of viral attention, sorry, you have to address them again. Okay, that's just how the game is played. Pokimane did this. She addressed the N-word clips. Everyone, that's just kind of how this is how it goes. Okay, when old clips resurface, you have to address them again. I'm sorry that it's inconvenient. Maybe just don't make the clips in the first place. If that's just
maybe just don't be saying shit about child porn. I'm trying to justify it.
But that's just how this happens. But also, the whole like, this is old. This is out of context. I swear to God, bro, all these bread tubers have such debate brain poison syndrome, and they've overused phrases like, that's taken out of context, or that's good faith, or that's bad faith, or, you know, that's an ad hominem, or whatever, that you literally can't say these things anymore because they've been ruined by fucking people like this. You called me fat. That's an ad hominem attack. That's an ad hominem. The ad hominem,
but you
that
are
entire
fat.
phrase, you just can't fucking use that anymore, which is annoying because like there is shit that is like ad hominem, and it's like when it's inappropriate, you should call it ad hominem. But just in general, like if I want to call you a fat guy, I'm gonna call you a fat guy. The whole fucking context thing, I am so sick and tired of people being like, you've taken me out of context, and it has 3 fucking hours of stream. They're like, you take me out of context, and it's like, okay, where's the context? And then they link you to like a 4-hour stream, so I have to watch your 4-hour stream to have enough context to criticize you. Go fuck yourself. You have maximum 1 minute to give yourself the context you need when you're saying some insane shit. When I leaked my folder, my gooning folder that had disgusting porn on it, that was out of context, bro. You know.
Well, I thought that he was talking about himself. He was talking about.
You have to understand the context of my community and the way that we talk about in this community. Me being a pal, it's like an inside joke.
I'm right out of the gate.
That he didn't watch it.
Talk about it. I didn't want to watch it myself, partly because it would just make me upset, and partly because I was getting a haircut at the time.
Well, listen, I understand not wanting to watch something because it makes you upset, but at the same time, just don't speak.
But like,
he's like, you took me out of context. Also, I didn't watch where you took me out of context So I'm basically taking you out of context because I didn't fucking watch it.
It wasn't even like anything
what?
temporal.
Even his chat is eating him alive. They weren't bad faith. They showed context. We live in a society where this absolute blob can produce nothing of value into society and just debate and just be addicted to porn and just sit inside and touch himself and talk
Ew, yeah.
to a microphone whenever he just feels like rolling out of bed, and then he's able to like buy all this fucking soy action figures and shit, man. That's one of the things about YouTube is it's like it's kind of on you to be a productive person. If you're making money, you can literally just wake up at like 6 p.m., stream until 6 a.m., and then sleep all through the day. The thing about YouTube, unfortunately, is it doesn't require you to be like a normal person, which is annoying because then you end up sharing a platform with these absolute freaks of nature. But luckily, I think the internet does a good job of like calling these people out because everyone's eating this guy alive right now, so that's good.
It was literally just like this guy. My understanding is that they were even doing like the Tacoma wept jokes and pretending that the Tacoma wept thing wasn't a joke. I
understand you were trying to be like over the top and silly, but it was still creepy and fucking weird, bro. Like
Tacoma just wept, and don't take that from us.
Don't gaslight me, bro. I know what the hell you were.
Dude, this guy's defense was like, I hope he has like the clips in here. There's a clip of Vosh saying like, dude, I didn't like check the age of the girls, but I just thought they were just like short girls.
Well, I mean, how would you even check the age of the girls you're watching? It's a drawing.
How about we just don't goon in general? No more gooning.
He was having like
stop gooning.
A heated back and forth.
Yeah.
That's what spurred that. I think he's lying. He wasn't joking.
He told someone to do his research. I fuck all the time. I'm not monogamous.
Dude, he's like, no. He's like, they think that everyone in Tacoma actually cried. Like, no, we know that that's
hyperbole.
Right.
That's a hyperbole.
I did that too, literally. Yeah.
The thing that people pretend to do where they see an obvious joke and act like I'm being serious
Shut
is a way
up.
of
Dude, you
implying
were
that it's
fucking triggered as fuck.
like cringy or whatever. So if it's reached that level of like indiscriminate talking and smearing, then it's obviously not any kind of like pointed criticism. So with that in mind, like what do I even?
Dude, I just know this guy smells freaking horrible, bro. This is why I do ad reads for Sandberg. I just know this guy smells rancid.
Is he about to do an ad read right after that?
Just
That'd be great.
Unearthly, bizarre stench coming from this guy's goon cave.
Why did you make this? Why did you come and do this?
Right.
If that was your.
And look at his entire chat, bro. It's like a little group therapy session. It's literally like, no, it's okay. We're all like addicted to anime. No, we're all no. We haven't.
Yeah. What type of community have you built? If that's your community, dog, that's disgusting.
Saved on our hard drive too. We just goon. That's all we do. We all goon. We don't do anything else. When you're not live, we're gooning, okay? And that's okay. Hey, don't be too hard on yourself, big guy. It's very interesting because as bad as takes Ethan Klein might have, he does have a wife. You know, they've been together forever. And this guy and his chat are just gooners.
Chatter says, Vosh, you need to watch the podcast for the full context. And here's his response.
You should really watch this segment. They didn't just watch the out-of-context clips. They watched some of the explanations, too. No. I've done this so many times. So many times.
Why
it's
now?
been
Why
5
is it
years,
now
guys.
that you're... I've done this so many times and no more.
He just decides like, oh, I'm not feeling the whole responding to very serious allegations. Yeah, just not feeling it, guys. Normally in the past, if I got exposed with a folder with cheese pizza and my goon material, I would address it. But this time when it's like the biggest it's ever been, I'm not going to because I don't feel like it.
Refuse to come up with a logical defense that we think makes enough sense.
Yeah, if you're being accused of something so serious, you think you'd want to watch so you can defend it.
Come on.
Yeah.
I give him space to talk.
I just don't understand the people that want to die on the hill of like the lolly. On one hand, it's like, already, you're a fucking freak, bro. I'm not going to say like you're straight up.
Yeah.
You're closer to one than you're not, right? But then it's like, in general, you criticize the fact that it's like just inherently degenerate. You are touching yourself to drawings of anime girls. Look in the fucking mirror. Even if you aren't.
Figure out your life.
You are
Get your life together. You disgusting fuck.
Slob monster. Some fucking gross entity. And if I say, if you watch Lolly, you're a female. I always take note of the people that make it their #1 objective to argue with me. It's like, why is this the specific thing you want to argue with me about? And I feel like anyone who's so willing to debate this sort of stuff is personally invested in it. If this person is so invested in defending why this is okay to consume, they're probably consuming it.
5 years I've done this, and every time it's the same thing. Every time things go down this road, it's always the same collection of like really aggressively faith, obviously dishonest. You know, I think at one point I saw this from the Discord. Somebody said that Ethan said that I had like a folder full of CP or something. What the?
I mean, basically. CP drawings.
Who would accuse me of that? It's not like I leaked something that basically proves that almost to the T. It's not a real human, so it's okay. It's like, okay, well, are you fucking kidding me? Like, it's like, yeah, it's the vegan, Lolly is the vegan alternative to CP. You're just afraid of getting arrested, so this is what you're going with.
If you're gonna say that, you've gotta at least know what the f you're talking about.
What is there to respond to when that's the level? Like, that's the degree of...
Here he is with another outrageous claim based on, I guess, a chatter.
The bridge, they said Vosh would probably real children. Yeah, there was a degree of bad faith there that is not like...
Somebody said
he literally has a clip where he says it's not impossible for an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship that is good for both the adult and the child. That might be the worst clip he's ever produced, because that is legitimately a take that this guy holds. Please, somebody send me that clip on Discord.
Here he talks about Ethan betrayed me. We were friends.
Mostly just really saddening, because I thought that Ethan Klein and I were on good terms, which I know he made fun of. I think at some point he was like, as if I would ever be friends with this pedophile, which is really disingenuous.
Because you had a few DMs on Twitter.
So it's all based on stuff he's heard from people or saw comments.
He's talking in so much detail.
Yeah.
It's like, bro, what are you doing?
But
because the last when he says like, "Oh, I want to f horses," and then he's like, "Oh, it's just a joke," but then it gets leaked that he's f***ing off to horse. Is it a joke if you're actually doing it? I don't know, man. Seems a little too close. You're flying a little too close to the sun there. Zoophilia is nasty, but not morally wrong. Yeah, you're banned. It is more. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why are you in my chat, bro? Get the fuck out of here!
Yeah, well, I'm a cartoon character.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm a cartoon snake.
Huh? Is this like a normal take now? I feel like I'm going fucking crazy. Is this something that people are just cool with now? What in the slippery slope am I hearing, bro? Do people really think that like animals can consent? Is this where we're at right now? What the fuck happened in the past 2 years? I thought everybody was on the same page. You can't be attracted to animals, bro. End of story, literally. Open and closed case. When did this become like up for discussion? All slash is morally wrong. I mean, I disagree with that. I don't know. Like, I feel like we've been for like thousands of years. Obviously, it's not healthy to do it all the time, but I don't know if it's morally wrong. What if it's like a dog and it starts doing you? Okay, well, that's different. Like, if you're just sitting down and a dog starts like humping your leg, that's not even anything. Bro, my friend's dog used to come up to me and start fucking humping my leg. The annoying thing is like these debate lords, they try to like fucking debate everything, right? Do you have an argument of this, argument of that? It's like, dude, I know it's right and wrong. I have a strong moral compass. Zoophilia is fucking evil. I don't have a source for you. If you want a source. Vosh has openly admitted to partaking in sexual actions with animals. Alexander, do you have like a clip for that?
Gross.
Is that true? Has he literally like animals? Are you being serious? Because if that's true, I think he should be deplatformed.
Recognize this empirically correct
Alright, that is such a audio, but just listen to the audio.
fact that I am about to spit. It is possible for an adult, a child, to have a sexual relationship and for it to have positive outcomes on the child as well. That is possible.
Isn't that insane? Isn't that like so beyond depraved?
About offering to give me access to his content manager on YouTube.
Wow, so I did something nice for you and therefore, like, bro, and by the way, I help people all the time whenever I can with video and IP and YouTube because I know how bad it sucks, and when I've been in positions where I don't, I help everybody with that shit.
You people who were considered enemies. Who have a career out of talking about you, you've helped them.
Yeah.
I help everybody with that shit because I think it matters, okay? So me helping you with that, how are you gonna use that against me?
Right.
He helped me. Yo, he helped me, bro.
What a hypocrite.
What the
Wait,
strike better?
what? He put a gecko on his you-know-what? Is
Doing-
that true? Wait, this guy should be fucking banned. Wait, is that also true? I have a clip where he says having a relationship and sex with an adult when you're underage benefits you. This guy is actually like an animal rapist. I think this guy should be deplatformed.
Abusing geckos.
Oh shit, wait, what?
Abusing geckos.
Oh my god!
Isn't that what he already talked about?
Consent is irrelevant for animals? I don't think bestiality. What the fuck? One of my geckos. No, ban him. Ban him. Ban this fucking guy from YouTube. Ban this fucking guy from YouTube now. Are you seeing this shit?
Admitted to sexually abusing geckos.
What the fuck? Nah. I'm tweeting this shit, bro. Get this shit like 1,000 likes, dude. We need to make people aware of this shit, bro. This is way worse than I could have imagined.
Like the guy Call Me Carson, who legitimately just like kind of fairly accidentally engaged in like a problematic like sort of power imbalance.
Dude,
like
think about that shit, dude. Carson got canceled.
Yeah, I think that he unaccidentally talked to one of his well, not unaccidentally, but just talked to one of his fans, and then he got canceled for that.
Canceled. But this guy still has a fucking following. This guy. If you use your platform to justify the exploitation of children, you are a fucking sick person, and you need to be banned at the very least. I don't give a fuck. You remind me of Nick is Not Green. Oh, okay, interesting.
Who is Nick is Not Green?
I'm saying a guy who literally has touched himself to child pornography should be banned. I'm like, Nick is Not Green. Got it. Okay. The online
Nick
left
is
just
Not
ignores
Green?
this because they're so sex positive that they no longer feel the fucking need to protect children or animals or victims. It's literally insane. They're just gooners.
Stuff is this or that, okay?
They're just gooners.
You can write this down. I want to fuck a woman as a horse. None of this is
ew.
It's a secret. To be clear, you know, many jokes have been made about this, but I stand by it. My moral principles are rock solid. My feet are firmly planted in the ground. I've got my boots up. They're planted firmly. You cannot move me from my position. This isn't a secret. Let's talk to a therapist. Well, why do you want to be the...
It should be a secret. If you do have that thing, you should keep that a secret. I would. Bro, this is about to get gnarly. Whatever's gonna happen here. About to get gnarly.
the horse, Vosh, because then I'd have a giant. Okay, couldn't you have a big the other way? Well, yeah, I could. Like, yeah, I could have a big hypothetically in any variety of scenarios, but then it wouldn't really be a horse. Well, you could be a human with a horse. Yeah.
Bro, the fuck is the matter with this guy?
But then I wouldn't have that powerful stallion energy using it. There you go. That's it. That's the whole thing.
But the thing is, hey buddy, that's still bestiality, just so you know. So, just a complete fucking degen, bro. Just the worst. What else do we have, man? I just don't know, man. The Vosh degeneracy.
This is a decision that requires a lot of thinking, a lot of brain power. Face McFartfuck wants to raise taxes, but Mr. Suck My Dick and Balls wants to raise taxes. Oh shit! Who do I vote for? In times like these, there's only...
What do you mean, wants to raise taxes?
only one place to turn. Touch politics, a place where average men get to feel like gods.
Wow. What is going on with the left and just being addicted to bro? A pub hat. You got a fucking life, bro.
Is that
Vosh defines himself as an anarchist place where average men
Oh, that is nasty.
get to feel like gods.
Wow. What is going on with the left and just being addicted to bro? A pub hat. You got a fucking life, bro.
Vosh defines himself as an anarcho-syndicalist, which basically means he gets no pussy.
Wait, is this guy seriously saying that I can't get laid? Incredible. I'll give you 5,000 if you can get Poontang before January 1st. Do you have any idea who the fuck you're talking to?
Yeah, I don't think you can. You're disgusting looking.
Look at this fucking guy. Bro, I'm sorry, but like, looks maxing was made for this guy right here. You know who you're talking to? I get so much pussy. Dude, me and all the other fucking cows, we like to procreate.
Coma wept. Even like ignoring the fact that I have a girlfriend, even if we're just talking like randos, I'm 2 hours away right now from being inside somebody else. This is one, I have two skills, and it's non-monogamy and speaking publicly.
I saw some guy on the news who raped someone, and he looked really similar.
Vosh wanted to share his secrets, so he did a video called Chad Splend, where he tells his audience how to flirt and shit. Now, for the most part, he gives very basic advice. Be confident. Don't be creepy. Don't tell him what happened to the
I would
others.
love to know what this guy's Riz tips are.
There were a group of officers that I would occasionally hang out with.
Whoa.
One of these officers was a
classic roast beef and crispy fish.
I'm gonna kill Blue. If Orange doesn't, I don't think Orange really has a good line for it. Let's see if he can get it. I think he can actually now. You know, it'd be funny as if he lost this 3v1. Oh! Should have made it 4.
Just 2 for $6?
rather demure Muslim girl. We were up in the mountains. Not just her and
Wait, what was this?
officers that I would occasionally hang out with. One of these officers was a rather demure Muslim girl. We were up in the mountains. Not just her and I, us and the officers and some other people. And while we were heading out of this nice restaurant, we were out there waiting for an Uber, and I was standing next to her, and I was thinking, I know she's a virgin. I'm pretty good with virgins in that I'm pretty good at teaching. She has the hijab on with the hair.
What the?
What
Yo,
is
is he talking about getting some of that Habibi action? This is oddly specific, bro. But yet again, I would prefer him going for Muslim women far more than animals and children. So.
And I said, hey, I don't know if this is something that you know, at all be interested in, but me and my partner are in an open relationship, and
ew,
we both find you pretty cute. So, if you're at all interested in maybe hanging out sometime,
bro, if you ever call the person who you're with your partner, I just know that you're degenerate.
Seeing where that leads, then let me know.
Yo, this guy's supposed to be the Riz god? Listen to this motherfucker. Nah, I'm listening to Andrew Tate advice on women more than this guy any day of the week. She 9 on my 11 till I Habibi. Okay, thanks, Joanna.
She said no and left. No. Well, actually, yes, she did say no and left.
Alright, so let me get this straight. You asked the devout Muslim girl
What a fucking dude, that's so funny.
What did you think she was gonna say, you stupid To be honest with you, if you're looking for dating advice from Vosh, you should probably just give up on love.
Do we know what his girlfriend
Yeah, you probably should.
looks like? What's he bagging? Okay, I can't show that on stream. Oh wait, is this real?
Yes. The Pussy King right here.
Oh my fuck. She look like a minor? No, she doesn't. She looks... Is that him?
Hey girl, how you doing? Hey, I got a place down the street, you know, if that's something you'd be interested in, isn't it? Go there, I got some beers in the freezer. You'd be interested in that. You're interested, aren't you? Yes or no question, you interested? No no's. No no's. No no's. It's a yes only question. Hey,
Whoa. Gnarly.
Hey, you're looking pretty cute right now. How we say?
Yo, what the fuck,
Say
bro?
we
It's the Voshian Riz. Consent is optional.
How about we go back to my place? Go back to your place. Hmm? How about you let me in there? How about you let me in your house? Are you looking so nervous? Hmm?
Why is he sniffing so much?
I feel bad for Grain. Because he just got fucked.
Kind of like, is he some kind of degenerate or something? You're real pretty. I like the look of you. I like the smell. I like the pheromones I'm getting from you. You want to marry me?
What is a white supremacist?
I stole this clip.
In your definition that you're using.
So, generally speaking, when I say white supremacist, I'm referring to a person who believes that there is some sort of fundamental distinction between who believes that either the white race is superior in some empirical sense.
Spectrum Business is made to...
What is he talking about? Huh? This guy
Work the way
sucks.
small business works. Made to deliver award-winning security technology. Made to connect.
Oh, he's keeping the kill. It's only 2 cards, bro.
Other social actions to prioritize that group of people. Recognize that Asians and Ashkenazi Jews have a higher IQ. White supremacy can be as vague and indistinct as like a Karen in some suburban neighborhood, like calling the police because she thinks there are some suspicious dudes outside because they're like black and they're just chilling.
Okay, thank you. Are you fine with that definition of white supremacist before we continue?
The problem is you can't debate this guy because he's mastered like the perfect strings of words to respond to any
Should I
actual like
kill?
solid proof against him. You could literally show him the receipts and then he'd like find a way to like work it out like in his brain.
For me, like, I would go with the person that feels that white people are superior to all other races and all other races are or should be subservient to whites and things should be done only for the benefit of whites.
Bosh, do you have any issues with that definition?
Yeah, that's not the actual definition at all. That's a highly unacademic definition of white supremacy.
He does the same thing in static debates as well. Vosh will watch an entire video, get to the end, and then go, I'm gonna be as charitable as I possibly can right now. This guy hates black people. That's one of his tells. Every time Vosh says he's gonna be charitable, he responds instantly by calling the person a Nazi. For Vosh's lover, his sister, or his child.
Wait, was that Keffels? I think I've seen that picture before.
For Vosh's lover, his sister.
Who took this picture? So they were hanging out in real life and someone took this picture, bro. A lot of horizontal protrusion going on there. Just very not easy on the eyes, I'll say that.
Here are Vosh's completely sane reasons as to why PewDiePie is 100% a Nazi. Number 1, he wore a hoodie with a Georgian cross on it, which...
What? So?
Oh no, that's just like that's the same thing that Independent uses. You guys know the brand Independent? You guys ever seen this? It was like a big streetwear thing for a bit. It's like basically the same just like the insides are dented. It's so funny watching these people schizo the fuck out looking for things to call like a dog whistle. It's hilarious to me. This shape is somewhat resembling this shape, which somewhat resembles.
And that's also not a Nazi thing. That's just German.
This shape, which somewhat resembles Hitler. Oh my god, bro, you're right. I'm wrong. You're insane, but you're right.
Which looks like the Iron Cross, which isn't a Nazi symbol, it's a German military symbol.
Yeah.
He said that any symbol used by the Nazis is a Nazi symbol, but he also uses Pepe, so I guess he's signaling to his own Nazis as well. He retracted a donation to the ADL. You'd wonder why the Nazi would donate to the Jewish charity in the first place, but hey, there you go, it makes perfect sense. He said he wasn't a Nazi with too little gusto.
Well, yeah, because the ADL literally has PewDiePie on there as like a hate symbol, so obviously he's not going to donate to an organization that slanders him. Why would he do that? I wonder why PewDiePie would rescind a donation to the ADL that is literally called him a Nazi. Any guesses, guys?
I mean, I don't even know how to argue against that. It's just fucking blatantly weird. He shouted out Nazi channel ER. He's a 100% confirmed Nazi. We know this because he made a Jew joke once. He did a meme review with notorious Jewish Nazi Ben Shapiro. He made a Jew joke once. He has some Nazis.
What?
In his audience. Vosh uses this made-up terminology sometimes where he refers to people as Nazi adjacent, which is his way of calling you a Nazi, but when called out on it, he can go, I didn't say you're a Nazi, I said you were Nazi adjacent. What does that fucking mean? I don't know, it's a made-up word, it can mean anything. Vosh is actually capitalist adjacent. Vosh is actually rapist adjacent. Vosh is actually pedophile non-adjacent. The Christchurch shooter referenced PewDiePie in his manifesto. Wasn't Count Chocula mentioned in that guy's manifesto? Count Chocula?
Count Chocula
was a Nazi?
This guy unironically helps the right wing because this guy is doing so much damage to his side that all you can do is just scoff at everything he says. Like what Bungie just said, Nazi adjacent. That kind of has no meaning at all. Adjacent means like you're close to something, but there's no way to quantify how close you really are to to something. If you're in a Discord call with a person who has talked to a person who's talked to Kanye, does that mean that you're Nazi adjacent? No, not really. The thing is because he creates these terms, so he kind of decides what they mean, and obviously he'll modify them and use them in context where it only benefits him. It's kind of genius, like invent words and just tweak them to when they're you know advantageous for you. It's kind of overpowered when you think about it.
We do not, in this country, typically criminalize people who have procured media or resources which were the product of abuse. It is not illegal to own...
Buddy, wrap it up. Motherfuckers be like, you left me out of context, and then this is the context. Just pure yap, just nothing to support what he's saying.
Yeah, all of our clothes produced by sweatshops, our computers, the
silicone... Okay, dude. He's doing the fucking, like, well, you wear clothes, they were weaved by the fingers of small Asian children. Okay, gotcha. Is there anything, is that the best you can do? Because that's just a bad argument, because it's like, there's one bad thing that happens, so therefore this worst thing that should happen. It's kind of like the people that say like, well, we kill animals, so why aren't we allowed to have sex with them? It's like, well, no, one of those things is necessary for survival. The other one is not. The other one is abusive. Clothing and stuff from overseas is not necessary for survival exactly, but first of all, there's no way that we can literally go in on foot and shut down these sweatshops because that's just not gonna happen, right? So this guy sees like me wearing a shirt made by Chinese labor. He's like, hey Cheetah, let me see the tag on your shirt. Made in China? Yeah, we should be able to have sex with children.
Ooh, bruh, you have a point that I can't really argue against, but bruh, you should take a pause, bruh. Ooh, bruh, yikes, bruh, don't like that. Bruh.
Holy f***.
Ooh, bad look, bruh, big oof, bruh. Beefy bad, feelings hurt.
Who knew that people would say yikes after you literally say, yeah, I'm not convinced child should be illegal. Who knew people would say yikes to that? I don't know.
So if anything, owning child is probably a hell of a lot more ethical than wearing the t-shirts on your backs right now.
I'm just gonna give it a second so I can. Wow.
Yeah, if you're a retard.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because child rape is better than forced labor. What? Are you? Like, this guy can't be real. How does he quantify this? What does this mean?
You like that argument? Ooh, you like that? You like that moral culpability? You're all worse than.
This is the second time that I've gotten something like this.
Sucks, right? That's the no ethical consumption under capitalism. Therefore, I can be a complete degenerate and like, you know what I mean? It's just like steal shit, own CP, goon all day and night, that sort of shit. You know?
We've all jerked at Bilali at some point.
What? No, we haven't. What the f, dude? Why does he say shit like that? I know that's probably probably a super relatable like moment for his Gooner audience. Hey guys, we've all had a few nights where we're by ourselves in the bottle of lotion and some underage anime girls. No, the fuck we haven't, big guy. All right, what the fuck are you talking about? Not relatable. You should be banned. You fucking pig. This guy, he talks. He's like, you know, we've all had nights where, you know, we do it and then we're like, ooh, that girl was kind of young. No, we haven't.
My last 2 videos have been on political people, and hopefully this will be the final one. Until next year, where I turn Hassan Piker's TwitchCon 2023 experience into a first-person horror experience. But before I leave, there is one thing I have to do to purge myself of all this vile politics.
There we go. Attaboy. Freshly cut grass. Good video.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and exclusive access to all things VIP, so you can superfan from your sofa. Try 1 month free.
Did this account get hacked? YouTuber 2Mad, dead at 23. New sources say this national security threat has to do with Russia and space.
There we go. Beautifully done. Beautiful. Master? Whoa, purple was a master? How? Expert. Huh. Alright, I'm gonna be done for the day. I'll see you guys later. Peace.